live, by the way.
Oh, cool.
But I think it connects to... Oh, yep. We're live. Awesome.
Nice.
I think. Ooh, maybe not. Can't see anything here. Oh, we are. We're live. We are live. Holy wow.
Loving
okay.
it.
Cool. Okay. There's a first time for everything, mate. Wow. How you going?
I'm good, mate. Good.
We should probably tweet this out or something, hey?
Probably you should. Really should.
Yes, please. Let's. Do you want to jump on your Twitter?
I can jump on my Twitter. Where am I tweeting? Where am I going? What's the link? Give me something here, mate. All the followers. I can't see who's following us and what's going.
First, right? Twitter.
Yeah, just put up on our page.
Can you go? Actually, I can do that. I'm just going to go as
some awesome live podcasting here. Awesome.
Oh yeah, it's on. Look, I can see. Oh, you're showing. Wait. What the hell was this
YouTube.
Part 5 team? What is going on?
Thursday night teams
Oh, no,
are out
that's...
and we're 24 hours away from the start.
Oh, there you go. Get your questions in live. 15 watching. Hello, people. Hey, guys. Hey, Lachlan, Sam.
There actually is people here. How you
Ricky.
going?
No, that's
All right.
good. That's good. Don't Murray
Okay.
and Chris are just trying to get all this happening. All right, but we are up and
We
running.
are very unprepared.
Because there's no Ben, so you know.
Yeah.
The glue to our show. But we're here.
What I can do is I can go into... Wait, what am I doing here?
As we get the message out, Chris was very shocked that he actually got this up and going.
I know, it actually happened way quicker than I thought it would.
Get the message out. Chris was very shocked that he actually got this up and going.
I know, it actually happened way quicker. Hey guys, we're just we're getting underway very shortly. We've got a little chat thing here, which is good.
Guys, we're getting underway very shortly.
Let's get it sorted. I don't know how to get a link out. Hold on. Here we go.
You go copy link. I just share my
Copy
tweet,
link.
mate.
Yeah, I'm
Just share my tweet. I just put it out there.
You tweeted? Oh, and you
Yeah, this is what I do, bro. This is my department. That's what I bring to the show.
Okay.
Got to bring something, don't I? Not just these good looks.
All right. So I suppose did you just do that?
Yeah, man. It's under control. Fucking everybody's on. Talking.
There we go.
Yes, Joe. Anytime I'm on, yes. Audio issues, whatever. It's going to be me.
Now-
This time, surprisingly, it's not.
Actually,
I've actually changed laptops and that, so I've had some issues with my personal laptop, which my wife's cracked it on because she thinks I've blown it up. But yeah, I've got my gaming laptop going, so I've been cooking for the last couple of days. Thought I can't have any more technology problems.
all right.
It's no good.
So we are live. Just so you know, we are completely live. We are live tweeting as well. All right. We're good to go. All right, guys. I suppose we sort of should start off as a normal episode, right? So that we can clip this and edit it, which I haven't started recording yet. All right, I'm going to start recording in...
Awesome. 3, 2, 1, go.
I'm live, buddy.
As Chris's family have got on it. I mean,
All right, cool. I'm going to record in 3, 2, 1... Hello and welcome to another episode of SuperCoach Insider. My name is Chris.
I'm Swizz.
Hey, and today we're doing a live podcast and chat. It's coming down to it, mate. I don't know.
This is amazing.
The carnage is happening. People want to know what they can do. It's going a bit crazy. How have you been this afternoon? You've been wrestling with your team. I noticed that you've already sent through about 11 different screenshots of alterations to your team. What's been happening? I suppose we should sort of lead off with the big news that Elliot Yeo out for at least 1 week. Have you heard anything regarding the severity of the injury? They've said it's light, but Is that a 1 weeker, 2 weeker,
Mate, the
5
problem is
weeker?
it's a calf, and it's Elliot Yeo, who's had a history of these sort of injuries. So, yeah, potentially they bring him back the week after. But my worry there, and I was just having a look. Actually, no, I think the second round's is a home game, because it might have been a different case if this week maybe. I wonder if it was home, whether they maybe risk it more and whatever. So they've got the home game against the Giants. I wonder, however, do they try to keep him out because the following week's the derby, and that's the big one always for West Coast. So are they thinking, yes, maybe GWS is the game that they can win, and they worry about that, or is it no? We've got the big match, the derby. It's even though Freo are hosting, do we set him for that? So I don't like the hard thing is now. Hypothetically, let's say he misses 2 weeks, and then even if he's a slow start, well, that makes it easier. But if he goes bang bang and scores 100, how can you bring him in round 5 or whatever, knowing that here we go again, soft tissue yo?
Yeah, it's difficult. I had actually flirted with the whole, well, let's just I've got cover, so maybe he's the loop option instead. We run with this week and go that way. Maybe run Chesser on field or something similar. What role's Chesser playing now that Yo's not there? He's probably getting a little bit more CBAs. He probably floats in. He's probably that guy that comes in and goes, well, Elliot Yo's mid and halfback time is now mine. So, I'm flirting with running Chesser on field and then keeping Yo. It would make things a lot better, but you're right. Like, he comes in, he's going to be an injury risk regardless of how long he's out. The other problem is he goes 100, bang, bang. Are we scrambling to get him in? That's another...
Yeah, that's the question I just asked. It's like, how can you bring a guy in like that when you know it's the Tim English debacle I had last year? And that going... Yeah. And that's why a lot of people are thinking, I just start these sort of guys. Because...
Hard to do that, though. Conversely, the biggest problem with that is people are changing their structures right now. So,
unless you change mine.
Yeah, unless, you're not going to waste 2 trades to try and bring him in, obviously. That's not going to happen. So, if you have a 1 trade and then cash, then that's a thing. But, yeah. By the way, guys...
that's what I was saying. So, you can go, mate. I was going to say something.
Throw your questions in the chat because we will be...
I'll get through them in a sec. I was just going to say it's because I just put out my team reveal number 5, and that there may be a team number 6. Well, I'll probably get on anyway Friday morning after teams release, and that naturally I can't Thursday night because I'll be at Richmond Carlton.
Mate, by lockout you'll be on team 8 just like me at the start of the season.
Yeah, it'll be team 6 by me, mate. It'll be team 6. That'll be it. If there is any changes to my side, like. But my big one today was so Yo's out, and I played it around with, do I go down to McKenna and then up in the forward line and go like the 5 big guys and then Sheasel F6, but the debate then comes as going, well, if I move Callahan maybe out and that, then I can have like Radigalia, McLean, Phillippa all on like rotating through my bench, and Sheasel becomes your F5. One of those guys becomes my F6. Would I rather one of them on field or McKenna? And I was thinking, well, I'd probably rather maybe one of them and then that means it's either Canelio or Sicily, and I brought Sicily in because then I had the money to do that. So
yeah, okay.
That's the debate there. It's going, okay, the premium forward versus the premium defender, and then which rookie's the better rookie. And as Ben's been tweeting about, he's not sure about McKenna's job security going on. I know he's highly owned and people see the potential improvement and what he brings to the Brisbane team, but Brisbane do have a lot of players that can add to that squad. First, maybe it is, I bite the bullet because I was talking about it all last night at this Supercoach event going, I really don't want a rookie at F5. And then literally today, Yo gets injured. I'm like, Sheasel, guess what? You're becoming my F5.
Well, so my issue, I've looked at this a few ways. Going up was my first initial reaction, but like with my team, and defense has been settled for ages. How I've thrown all my team around is I've gone really deep in the forward line. So if I want to go up, I have to change that entire structure and then throw out the entire preseason worth of, no, I don't like these rookies. I'd rather go deep with Zeeble at F6, which is my point of difference. If I trade out Yo and then just go up, I completely lose that edge that I was playing for at the start of the season. And I'd have to trade out either Cunnington or Zeeble to go up. So didn't love that option, though obviously, having Dawson there. The other thing is, Dawson obviously, now they're floating a tag for round 1. So then you're bringing someone in who has a potential tag, plus a potential round 6 tag, which is the reasons why I didn't want to have him in the first place early in the season. So then what are your other options? Well, obviously we also know Tom Stewart's got those tags incoming for 4 and 6, so I don't really like that option. We don't like Jack Sinclair. Sicily's probably the one, but I don't have enough cash to get there.
Yeah, and that's why it was Sicily for me.
And then I'm looking at, it's not Sicily. It's like now I've got to put in Community instead of like a Davey or something like that in the forward spot. Like I'm scrambling to get this little extra cash just to make this change. Yep. And I'm like, nah, I don't think I want to completely ruin my
change
entire
it that
side.
much. No, you can't. That like for me, it's literally like it was an easier one because I'd been fighting your Cunnington, Zeeble, Fife, whatever as my F5.
Yep.
So I had enough cash to go one of them out. Yo goes out, Sicily in, and then it's just one of them drop back. So it's really premium. Yo, it's really gone mid-pricer, back line, mid-pricer, forward line, but with a little bit of restructuring, which wasn't a big restructure. Yep. It was, the premium came in for that. So, and it probably does look better with Sicily in there.
So if you're going, so how I see it is if you're going sideways or down, I don't like any of the options directly sideways. So I don't really like Day, and I haven't really liked Day at all. I don't like his price either. I don't think he gets to where he'd need to be as like if he makes 150k, he's an actual premium. I can't see that happening. I see Day as someone averaging around 80. I don't think he's really like. Don't get me wrong, he'll have his spike games like everyone else, but if he averages 80, he's not making enough cash to really be worth it. He'd have to average like 95, like a really serious number to be worth it. And then you're keeping him at probably F6 for the remainder of the season. So, or until like a buy flip potential, and then you get like an Uber premium in. So don't like that option. Clark, I was hot on earlier in the preseason, then decided not to love him. I didn't like, obviously he had a delayed start, had a bit of a hiccup in the preseason. He came into that preseason game, only got 41% CBAs. I was thinking more of he's going to get at least 50, maybe 60%, especially with the outs they have with Seb Ross not there, with Windhager getting injured early. They look to be getting some more youth in there. I thought he was like going to be one of their main midfielders, and he played much more behind the ball. And there was even moments where, he would play that centre bounce, but he wouldn't necessarily play on ball. They'd get a half forward up and he'd go back behind the ball again. I'm like, well, what does that mean? Like, how is that going to help his scoring? So I don't really like that option. Realistically, you've got to go right down, and how far you go down is really, I suppose, the contentious call. So
I talked about a couple of those options on the pod before,
okay.
And a couple that were thrown to me, on the Twitter. Before I was going to do the pod. So, I had like Crozier's name throw up because it's like 19, 18, something like that, which is still that awkward price. We've got some questions about Bose in there, and if the group chat's saying Bose is actually injured, that'll be interesting with that. So that's probably crossed out, but I know you were talking about a bit more cheaper. I know we were talking about Tom Cole before, who I was saying it's him versus Ben King is an interesting discussion, because I know we talked to a couple of the boys last night about Ben King, and both of Tom Cole and Ben King have probably the best job security of those guys in that price range. 100% Tom Cole is locked in as West Coast back pocket. He ain't going anywhere. Ben King is their Gold Coast full forward, but their scoring potential and especially their scoring history has never been great. No. And everyone knows Ben King's going to potentially improve, but you're coming off an injury like that, and that's the same with Tom Cole, coming off an injury like that, never done it, and then the conditions more for Gold Coast aren't going to probably suit Ben King. I know we're talking more backline things, but they're two similar price guys that people have been sort of asking about just because of job security. So I don't mind Tom Cole if you want to back somebody who's going to score 55 every week and that's going to play, and it's going to be a slow 100k burn, and that but the
Are you
scoring.
talking about Tom Cole or McKenna? Because I don't
No,
know.
Tom Cole, and that's why. Yeah, and I don't like that.
Oh,
and I don't
talk
like,
about slow burn
yeah,
rookies.
but slow ball. You're probably right there. Like McKenna, I think McKenna's got better scoring potential, but
I
then
don't.
I'm worried.
I
It's
hate his
better
scoring
than
potential.
better than Cole. I think.
I don't think so. Like he's playing basically lockdown small in the Brisbane defence because Ainsworth isn't there for a start.
I think McKenna can still potentially get up the ground in certain runs or certain games.
Yes, but
I'm more worried about his job security. Like,
Yeah,
what
there's
happens
that
if some
too.
of these Brisbane guys come back?
I think he has bad scoring potential and bad job security.
And
but
I can live with that, mate. But
the
I just thought
problem-
he'd be better with
So,
that. But yeah, Tom Cole for me.
Statistically, Brisbane are a long kicking team. So how he's scored his points, generally speaking, in previous history, is by running and gunning, handball receives, 1-2s up the field, and pushing the ball like a shotgun straight up the midfield. And he also got a lot of free disposals because he was basically 50% kick-ins when Saab was there. So, and he used to be, even though I'm not sure if he was around when the kick-ins were counted as a display, he could just run out. I don't think that was it. But he did a lot of the kick to himself, and then ran out of the square, did a lot of that. So he did get a lot of free possessions. That's gone. He's not getting kickouts at Brisbane. There's no chance. It's Rich and Coleman, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah, I could see him more transitioning halfback up that wing and stuff like that. I can definitely see there's games where he can definitely do that.
But they don't. That's not how Brisbane play the football.
Yeah, they don't. No, but I think Brisbane sort of change a little bit how they play anyway, just with their ins. And how they've been playing hasn't been working for them come the crunch time of the season. So I think there could be a little bit of an adjustment to that. But as you said, they've got half-backs. And that's my whole worry. Like, it's just how this guy fits in.
And they've got designated kickers. Like, he's not that guy anymore. They're not looking to distribute through him. Like, they used to at Essendon. Like, they'd be like, oh, McKenna's here. Let's kick it to him. He can run and gun and create. They don't do that at Brisbane. They're going to kick it to Rich or they're going to kick it to Coleman and they're going to get their precise kicking up the field because they're a kicking team. They don't do this run and gun and create. That's not Brisbane's MO. Now, having said that, I mean, what we don't know is, like you said, do Brisbane want to transition to more of that style? Is that how they sort of break the back? Is that what they're not doing in their game plan? We have seen, of course, that they do lack pace coming out of halfback, and that's why they've addressed that with Wilmot. That's why they've probably gone with McKenna to try and add that to their game. I just think that if the ball's going over their head too much, they're not going to be used anyway. And when they do, they're not going to be able to score very much because it's not very often in the game. So I really worry about that.
I think we both agree that he's not a great option. I think we're on just maybe slightly different on the way we're getting there. But yeah, I've probably been the thing I've been criticised the most about. I don't think maybe one team reveal, but I think all my team reveals I probably haven't had McKenna in there. And people are like, how can you not have McKenna? He's so highly owned. And I go, I just don't rate the job security at all.
Yeah. I don't even want Wilmot, to be honest, but on the bench at 123k, I can deal with it.
That's right.
Like, whatever, but not on field. And I'm not paying 160k to have McKenna on the bench. That's just...
Yeah. That
doesn't make sense to me at all. So, but that is one of my options. So I could go all the way down to McKenna. Like you said, Crozier. So Crozier is so unknown with his role because obviously we had the 2 injuries in the Dogs' backline, so I don't know really where that is. So with Bowes, the club hasn't actually come out and said that he was injured. That was a bit of a rumour that circulated because he was taken off before halftime with no apparent reason. And then the club didn't say afterwards that was their plan, that they were just going to play him for a quarter and a half. But obviously he was pretty visually impressive in that, playing that sort of at a half forward. That sort of the Flanders role, I guess, is what it is now. The half forward that gets up around the ball and gets the stoppages. That's what he was basically doing. So the role's good enough to go, say, an 80 to 90-ish. It's not going to be outstanding. Well, some games he might go really, really well. He might get some CBAs, he might get in around the ball, etc. But which would be great as well. So that would pump his potential up. So really, I have gone to Bowes right now, but it's on an knife's edge because I don't know if he's going to be named. So
yeah, I talked about this about Geelong with their best 28 and then how that rotates. And even having Radigalia, talking about Tanner Bruin, I think they could potentially string 3 games together, and then it's a bit of a rotation, and depends on which other Geelong players are firing. There's reserves or fit. So the job security again worries me a bit with Geelong because they just don't need to do it. And then even the roles on any given day, like if they're pumping a team, Dangerfield could be subbed off or put in the forward pocket, and they might run some of these guys more through there. If it's a game where they're playing the D's and Lions and other games where they've got to win, you're probably going to see their superstars come in, and then these other guys, they're going to be pushed to the side. So
I'm just going to put you on pause right there, mate, because Harry on YouTube has just donated $50 to us.
Oh, you absolute legend, Harry. Put your message straight out there, mate. Well done.
So that will go all to Ben and me because you got to go to the SuperCoach function last night.
So I'm wearing my. I actually got a couple of questions. I actually had one.
Honestly, what a legend! What a legend!
So I'll
Harry.
quickly. I talked a little bit on the pod before, and I had the photo up and that. So, but yeah, it was all the. It was the launch of SuperCoach, the official launch. So the official SuperCoach podcast. We had Dr. SuperCoach DR, who joined the boys the other day for their top 10. I think the forward to the midfield show. We had the boys from Jock Reynolds as well, and there was also a draft group. There's some guys who have been drafting for like 10 or 15 years, something ridiculous, and they draft from all overseas and come together for their draft day or something. Like just the most ridiculous drafters, ever. And I thought I'm in a couple of pretty serious draft groups, but so them, and then all the Herald Sun boys, and went over the Fox Footy, met some of the AFL footballers. Heath Shaw was an absolute legend, sat there and had a frothy with him and chatted sport for 20 odd minutes, and just a genuine.
You would have been in your element, mate.
Mate, top. It was great. And JP and Emily are fantastic.
I know that he's a premiership player, but did you tell him that you were the sports person of the year?
Do you know what? Actually, a couple of people came up and congratulated me on that. That took me by surprise. So, the one that really surprised me. So, I was having a good chat to Al Patton afterwards, and he actually made comment about Bri taking your place on the Essendon pod, and that I told him before.
That's
So,
awesome.
thank you to Al, who sits there and listens to our pods. He might be even tuned in now. We really appreciate it. It was good catching up with you and having a couple of drinks, mate.
I don't think we quite and I did say this in our chat earlier today. We probably underestimate our reach to the community, and so when things like that happen, it's super humbling, and we don't realize. Well, we've been doing this for 5 years. This is our 5th year now. And you don't realise just how many people, know who you are and what you do and appreciate the work you do and things like that. And it's just awesome when you hear stuff like, oh, yeah. Like, I would never have guessed that he would have picked up something from, an obscure Essendon podcast that we did.
Yeah, exactly.
Something like that. And
so that was great.
Awesome.
And the Supercoach community is it's a close, it's more than a niche and that, but it is a close knit community. I think that's changed over the last couple of years. A lot more sharing and getting together, and definitely things we're going to try to do. I saw a couple of the boys last night, and even if it's pre-games or at games, like I said on my pod, I'll be at the London Tavern from about 3ish tomorrow, 3:30, something like that. So those who are going to Richmond Carlton or whatever, feel free. I'm not shy. I'll sit there and talk footy, cricket, whatever with anyone. I think Supercoach DR put up, thanks for the chat about trains and poker last night, and that so mate, I'll talk about any subject. So that's why I got the hat on. So thanks for that. So I better give the Al and the boys of Dan, the Phantom, all those guys a bit of a plug because they were fantastic and enjoyed catching up with them. The other message I got, and I even got last night about the Seagull shirt because everyone's going, good to see you're wearing Jake Lloyd, Lockie Hunter, and Jay-Z on your shirt and that. And yes, that somebody did message me. I am wearing a shirt of myself in a Richmond top. That is correct, and that it's my Buck shirt from about 6 years ago. So thanks to Rich for designing this. It was one of the craziest Bucks parties you'll
You and
ever
Bree
know
6 years, mate.
Where's
Mini Swizz? Where's that about?
I'll check the shirt. 2016 was the Bucks, so we're coming up to 7 years this year.
Come on, get on the train. We need a Mini Swizz, and then the circle will be complete, mate. Jump on board.
It's pretty wild to think that was that long ago. We went to NZ for my Bucks, so it was that was pretty cool. All right, let's get in some of these questions because there has been plenty, and I've literally just lost the questions there. But here we go. We'll see if I can get them back up again.
I will also say, Swizz, thanks. I did listen to the pod today, and you did fantastic, by the way. The SuperCoach pod that they put out.
I haven't actually listened to it yet. So
you did
I've
really,
got to
really
listen
well.
to it. Yeah.
I had a bit of a chuckle.
Yeah,
It was
cool.
great.
Like me talking
And
up Will
so it
Setterfield. I
was
told
cool
you,
having-
I was chatting to Em, and then she's like, "Oh, what am I going to say? Whatever." And I'm like, "I'm just going to go on and talk Will Setterfield."
Dude. And then I looked afterwards, and Will Setterfield had grown 0.3%. I was like, no, stay away
I was
from our
like,
pod.
maybe I shouldn't talk about that. All right, so we'll just go through that. We got Ricky, hey guys, Lockie, hey, how are you going? Thanks for tuning in, boys. Ben, who do you prefer on field, McLean or Phillips, considering the fact there aren't a whole lot of F6 options? So this is what I'm going to do. If I take Finn Callahan out of my side, which I prefer not to do, but that's now that I've had to move Sicily around and I want some better defensive options. I'm looking at having Madden and looking at putting the emergency on McLean because where the doggies play, I had the fixture up here 2 seconds ago. The doggies play on Saturday night, and then the Giants play on Sunday. So I can put McLean emergency at F7, put Madden on field if need be, and then I can play either Green or your Philippou or somebody like that on field. So yeah, I'm going to be trying to forward loop there. So for you, it's McLean or Phillips. So you might able to set up. Hopefully, you can set up with a dual position situation in your midfield. If not, wait until what the teams say. Like if McLean's named on field in like a wing role or something like that, then I'd go. That would be the only place I'd go McLean. But they are playing Melbourne and North are playing West Coast. So I'd be leaning like it'd be 90-10 Phillips' favour at the moment.
Yeah. I 100% agree with you. I don't like the role of Phillips at all. Personally, I would 100% be rolling Phillips. Sorry, of McLean. I don't like the role of McLean. So I'd be rolling with Phillips on field 100%. And like for me, I'd rather have Rat than Phillips. I think that Rat's $2,000 more expensive or something similar.
Are you talking about McLean?
Yeah. So if you've got McLean, right, and he's going to be on your forward bench, I'd rather have Rat in that spot because then you've got cover for your ruck line, of course, your forward line, and of course your mid line, because you can go Rat on field in your forward line, and then Taranto or whatever bang into a midfield spot if you've got a forward mid swing, which is what I recommend.
The extra cash that I can have, that allows me to have both Rat and McLean on my bench.
I have both Rat and
but then you'll have the rest of your team.
It's going to be great when
whatever.
Yeah, it's going to be great when McLean's averaging 45 and
who was it?
Like,
Ricky just asked about those options. Oh yeah, we didn't talk about Liam Jones before.
No, before you go on, sorry. I just want to say Global just donated us $15. So thanks, Global. $15 if Chris shaves his head.
Yes.
Is it not?
Can Eliza come in with? Well, yeah, Eliza is a hairdresser. Can we get her in with the clippers? I'll message Eliza and say, come in with the clippers right now, and we want to see it.
I literally have, because my beautiful partner is a hairdresser.
Can we share? Can we maybe get a couple other people on this? Yeah, maybe straight out. Get Eliza.
I've done less than $15, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, we know. So on that, why didn't we talk about Liam Jones? Because we've all got Liam Jones anyway. Yes. I think he's the obvious one, Yoda Jones, if you don't have that. And I know a lot of people just did that today. So sorry we didn't bring that up because I thought that's the obvious. And he also asked about Liam Stocker. I'm not big on Stocker. You might have a different opinion on that.
It's not that I like Stocker at all as a player. It's just with Caulfield now injured for 4 to 6 weeks, he's got a bit of job security there. So he's probably going to play. Like they don't really have an option. They've got so many injuries back there, it doesn't matter. So, it's like he got a 76 on the weekend. I think he had 19 touches from. By the way, when I do a lot of these stats, my memory is bringing them up. I don't have a stat sheet in front of me. Like I've just looked them up, and this is what I remember. I think he had 19 disposed, about 6 marks, and he had about 76 Supercoach. So it wasn't actually a terrible game in terms of a Supercoach performance. If he can average you 70 to 80, sure.
Sure. I just don't know if he can. I'm not confident that he can.
And so, Jones is probably... So here's the thing with Jones. We know the role. We know that he's just going to be a fullback that is able to take intercept marks. He's got basically the exact same role as Isava Radaglia. He's going to take a big forward, but he's got the ability to intercept. And those intercept disposal, what's going to spike his scores. So yes, some weeks he's going to go 40 to 50, and other weeks he's going to go 80 to 100.
The difference with Liam Jones and why I like him, because it's the 50k more, his job security is better than Radigalea. He's done it in the past, like he's averaged 66 to 77 for 5 years in a row.
Yeah.
Since 2019, he's been the number one intercept marker in defence, 3.2 with Jeremy McGovern. And yeah, he has scored hundreds before, and I think he's got his highest score of about 143.
He has got
the ability to do it.
Here's different with Liam Jones of old versus what I saw against the Bulldogs. They trust... Now, this could be just because it's a preseason game, because I also saw Buckets, think he was like prime Sam Doherty and start kicking the ball through the midfield like they wanted to take risks. And I was like, who are you? What are you doing? Pass the ball to Zeeble and let him do that. Who do you think you are? Like, I was shocked. But it seemed like they trusted him to actually use the football and switch the ball and kick the ball, as opposed to what he did at Carlton. A lot of what he did at Carlton was find one of the users instead of letting him be the guy. And if he was the guy to kick, he's going long down the line and that's it. So when he gets involved in chains, that's a completely different role. That's not something that he was able to do at Carlton. So I really like Jones as an option because I think he goes 70 to 80. Again, it's a pretty no-brainer pick if I'm honest. And I think of those three guys, which would be Jones, Crozier, and Stocker, I think that Jones is easily the best because he's got the highest potential scoring average and also the best job security, to be completely honest. Because I think that he would even stay even when Gardner does come back. So, I don't hate the pick. Don't hate it at all. All right, so we're getting through.
Corey, I hope that answers your question about Crozier or McKenna. A question for you here, mate, from Brad. Did Goey take his game to the next level this year? So he's saying, could he get anywhere near like 65 CBA, anything like that? I've actually seen him picked in a few teams. There's a bit of hype
what
about
was the question? Sorry,
Jordan De Goey.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah. Can he take his game to the next level this year?
Yes, he can take his game to the next level, but so here's the thing. So if you were to, again, we basically call him Kmart Dusty, right? Or Wish Dusty. And that's basically what he is. He is a guy that can play in the midfield, but realistically he damages you forward to centre, which is where he's most potent, which is great. Now, is he going to be a 30 disposal midfielder taking 8 marks a game? No. And that's how he unfortunately scores his points. That's not the way that they play the game. Can he average you 100 at best? Maybe. But is he going to get to Dusty's best ever, which was 118? Not a chance.
I think premiership year, yeah.
Not a chance. Yeah. He's not that player. That would be a complete uncharacteristic thing to be able to average that kind of output. So where do we see him as a mid-only player that probably won't get mid-forward because he's probably now playing midfield? Like from what we saw, he was a midfielder that goes forward, I'm talking a 35% forward midfielder. 95
the hard thing
to
for
105.
me is if he had forward status, no brainer for me.
Yeah,
but
yeah. I don't think
if he's getting forward, picking up forward status means he's not averaging enough for me to want him.
Yeah.
And Collingwood, what was Collingwood's highest average last year? Did you guys actually have someone above 100? It was the person that got 100 was Grundy, and he was traded. Yes,
so he was 103.
That's right. Yeah. So you technically didn't have to, and that just shows the Collingwood game style that we've talked about, where even Tommy Mitch, where we all went cold on him because they're not going to use him as the 115 sort of guy like that. So I think the Pies, they're hard ones to pick outside of Nick Dacos just because it's a defender and a guy averaging close to 100. Yeah, it's much better than the rest of the mids. But
no, absolutely,
I think they're not going to have the premium scorers we're looking for.
So next question, Carl Thomas says, what do you guys think about the role of Tom De Koning? Is he being groomed as a first-string ruck or a key forward? So, great question. This is my take on the Tom De Koning versus Pitney debacle that they are currently faced with. I think that they actually both complement each other because of their very different style rucks. And what we've got to remember is that most teams now are going in with 2 ruckmen. Because of the fact that we've got the sub rule so that they're able to sub one out. So they've even flagged the fact that, we're probably going to run Pitney and then sub him. So Pitney is their number one ruck because he is, and I've said this on multiple pods now, he's actually the league leading hit out to advantage ruckman. The problem with...
but have you seen the slides? De Koning's been named as sole ruck tomorrow.
Oh, so Pitney's not even in the team?
Pitney's been named on the bench, so he could technically be named as a sub, but they're not playing him as a sub. Well, so they've gone to Koning.
So that doesn't mean that they're not going to sub.
No, going forward.
So they'll both get ruck time, but I can't see De Koning getting a primary ruck position.
Well, they're playing him practically as sole ruck tomorrow.
No, that's just...
There's no way they're putting Pitt in. But what?
That's just where he's named. They'll pay.
No, Pitney's not in the best 22 tomorrow.
You just said he was on the interchange bench.
No, he's on the emergency. The sub comes from the emergency this year.
Oh, that's really strange.
So the sub, we will actually know.
Okay, so he's not even named.
Yeah, so he's named in that position. So what they named this year is the 22, and then they named the emergencies, and the sub comes from the emergency.
Okay, so I thought you said that you named on the bench. That's interesting.
So I said he's named on the emergency, and he can still be the sub.
That changes things. That changes everything.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Okay.
So
that changes everything.
It does. It changes everything, mate.
What's his price? Tell me everything. Now I need to do some research. Have we ever seen a game with Tom De Koning sole ruck? Now, this could be live.
This is the funny thing is, we were talking about this I'm
switching you off
because
by the way on camera.
A lot of people going we're happy to see him go because we're not going to pay that big of a money for him. We'll just go get some other ruck or whatever at a cheaper price. But they've clearly, maybe that's why. Maybe we haven't thought about this because Carlton know De Koning's getting offers elsewhere. So are they going, well, Pitney's not getting picked up by anyone. Do we have to play this guy as sole ruck to make sure he doesn't leave the club?
When were the teams named, by the way? When was that?
6:25, mate. Where were you? That's when
tonight.
I was doing my podcast.
Mate,
live team, mate.
Okay.
Live teams.
Okay, so you did it live. Okay, no, so I
I didn't do it live, but I recorded as the teams came out, and then
unfortunately, once you'll understand that's what they call witching hour, buddy. So I had to parent during that time. All right, so it's not something you understand. I get it, but maybe next time just.
It's a crap, right? It's 4:12, mate. It's 4:12. Let's have a look here.
All right.
Been in the system for a little while now.
So I'm just live statting right now.
Has he ever turned up? Like Draper's kind of stats here. I don't think he's ever turned.
That doesn't necessarily mean anything if he's never actually played as a sole.
Oh, he has. He got a 109 against the Swans. The team offering him big money.
Was he sole?
I don't know. I don't
so,
have that in front of me.
Okay, what we're going to do here, obviously, this requires a little bit more.
You have to research this when we're off. Yeah.
I'm going to do some extended research. If you do follow us on Twitter, which is probably our best source to actually get a hold of us, if you want to directly talk to either me, Swizz, or Ben. Ben just runs on the Twitter handle at SCInsider100. You can find me at CFX_1 and Swizz at Swizz_26.
I think
so
we'll
post
26, isn't it?
We'll do some extended research into it. I want to find out a lot more because I suppose the big thing with that is if he is a viable ruck as a sole ruckman and Pitney is completely fit and so they're trialling a sole ruck option and he's a good enough price. So what's he priced at?
412.
See, that's a unique... We don't have anyone basically under 400K or so under 500K that we think is a viable option right now. So if he proves as a sole ruckman that he can be a viable option, there's one we can look at to free up some cash elsewhere.
This is where the
completely change our structure 24 hours before the bounce.
Yeah. This is where the starting Gawn has been the interesting one as well, because we're all expecting him to get... If he doesn't get forward status, it probably means he's carving up. And if he does get forward status, we can jump on whatever ruck. But then you're probably not picking De Koning as your whole season ruck. So if you're going that way, you'd probably obviously wanting to start him. But that's an interesting one.
And I suppose that even if he is, or does have a good average as a sole ruck, can you trust that he's going to be the sole ruck every single week? Or are they going to play this week we've got to go 2, this week we've got to go 1, this week we've got to go 2. And that is an issue because then his scoring is going to go like this and this and this and this.
And it's because Richmond playing sole ruck as well with Nank the Tank.
Yeah. Look, I want to look into it. I'm not saying it's a bad selection. Here's the thing that I hate about this late changes towards Supercoach. We have not looked at him all preseason. Yet, out of nowhere now comes a bolter and we want to look at him as a potential option. So, forward casting, let's say we do select him as an option. What are you doing with that extra 180K? How does it help your team? Think about that first, because when Yo went down today and all of a sudden I had an extra 100 grand, I didn't know what to do with it. I was like, well, I'm comfortable with my team. Like, I like everything that I've done here. And so all I did was put it into my bench. Like, it just enabled me to have a little bit more solid cover on my bench. So I moved, I had Sam Sturt at F7 and I moved it to Radaglia. That's it. So if you had 180K, which is wits down to him, or 190K even, what are you doing with that sort of money? Does it improve your side? Are you going to use it? Or maybe you just bank the cash? I think the points are probably more valuable. Is he going to then out-average someone like a Wits or a Marshall? Sorry, well, you wouldn't take out Marshall. Or an English or a Darcy.
We have a question about that. I was actually going to get the next one. So, from the Duke, I have a question about... Is
that a segue?
Yes, this is a great one.
Is that a segue?
Yes. Is running Darcy and Wits what we should be considering? Been talking to Joe from Centre Bounce about this. He's calling it, is he nicknamed it the Darts? The Darts, yes. Because of the idea that Marshall could be sharing ruck time with Tom Campbell. I know Ross Lyon did discuss about Tom Campbell at the moment, about coming in and playing some ruck, and with all St Kilda's injuries, are we worried that Marshall could be going forward? This is another one that's just changed literally in the last couple of days because St Kilda's whole bloody forward line's just gone to water.
Yeah, no. I mean, we knew that information at the start of the preseason. We evaluated it and we decided we're going to ignore it.
I think because Marshall showed last week how dominant he is as sole ruck. The only worry is now that St Kilda's injury list has got worse. Like somebody put out today how bad their injury list is.
Yeah. They're all 6 to 9 weeks away. Yeah, it's crazy.
It's crazy. It's all, and that's where like Anthony Camamini now comes in as a potential option for them, the 102 guy. Okay, if you haven't seen that interview, me and the Centre Bounce boys interviewed the young fellow the other day. And he even said himself, yeah, he might play, but he's probably not the best option. But he's got probably better job as security than he did 3 or 4 days ago because, they have absolutely fallen to the wayside now. So, I think it's more they try to manufacture something with that than trying to then go, okay, we're going to put Marshall forward. But until those teams are named, like, let's just say hypothetically we come to tomorrow night and Marshall's named at full forward and Tom Campbell's named ruck.
I wouldn't care. Here's why. If you're thinking of doing Max Gawn because you're going to pay 620K because he might play forward and get DPP, but then you're not thinking the same about Marshall, that doesn't make any sense at 500K. So worst case scenario, he goes forward and he's now arguably F1. Well, probably not because you probably have Dunkley still there, but he'll be F2. So why are you worried? You know,
that's the thing.
Either way, it's
you kind of want him. You wouldn't mind him playing 6 weeks.
No, forward. I couldn't care less.
Yeah, because
I actually love that idea. Play him full forward for 3 games, and then I want him back in the ruck, and then he'll qualify for his 35%, and then great. I mean, you're running a huge gauntlet risk to try and go antipod against him to get who else in? Another injury-prone ruckman. Not interested. Yeah, no.
I know we're not as big on Darcy. I know talking to a lot of the boys last night, they're huge on Darcy. Like that room was just all about Shrek. Just all about it. And that's why I was messaging you going, mate, I'm sitting in a room that everybody's talking about Darcy.
Someone's like, I just don't get why. I've owned him for 2 years.
Even I found myself wanting to put him in just because all the talk was about Shrek.
So after his huge season where he went, 118 or something, and he hasn't been able to back it up, I've been on him for the back end of the last 2 seasons, and he's produced absolutely nothing. And I'm just if he cops knocks during the games, and then he comes in, he's always half carrying something. Like, I'm just not interested. Like, I don't know why people love him so much. Like, I don't get it. Like, if he's 100% fit for 23 games a year, he could be the best ruck pick of the year, but he's not going to be. So stop pretending like this crazy scenario of what ifs is just going to play out in your favor, because that doesn't happen. And so from first-hand experience of owning him for the last 2 years, I just absolute flat out no. But I understand that, like the like, you know what it is? It's I'm going to call this Warple syndrome. I once averaged this, so therefore I'm going to average it again. That's all. That's what that is. And historically, that's very rare that someone peaks and then is able to somewhat match it unless they continue along a similar path, even with the same role. So, I mean, for example, Luke Parker, he typically goes like 1 year he averages 110, the next year he averages 100. 1 year averages 110, next year it's actually really, really difficult to maintain that level of consistency every single year, which is why, generally speaking, the top scoring Supercoach players always fail to back it up, because it's really, really hard. So, yeah, I just, there's no real reason for it. His ruck time hasn't increased. So, and it hasn't actually, so last year he had about the same amount of ruck time that we think he's going to have this year. So it's like there's no, outside of the fact so the one thing about Darcy that is good is that last year he came in underdone, obviously. It was injured in the preseason. I think he didn't even start till round 2 or round 3. So therefore, that is the one resting block, that he had a preseason and he didn't the year before. That's it. That's all anyone can say is a positive. Everything else is a negative. And I just don't think it's worth trialing that. Again, rather start with the wits, rather start with an English, even though he's also equally injury prone. And then you can always side swap. You can always go down to Darcy if you need to. So it's not the end of the world if you don't have Darcy. However, if you're starting with someone cheaper than him, then you might be shit out of luck, I guess.
Yeah. The only way I usually do it, if there was a couple of times where I'm like, I don't want to change any of my structure when I was playing around with my team. The only thing that's the easiest way to get more cash is go Wits to English or English to Darcy sort of thing. If that was like you look at your team, it's the perfect team, and you're like, the only thing I can live with having Darcy over English or Wits if it doesn't mean changing anything else. But yeah, I think Wits is definitely the more solid option. A couple quick ones here that HTC asked me personally here. I talked about saying you shouldn't always go with the crowd. Do you think it's important to have 1 or 2 picks? I've actually said I've been saying it is important to kind of go with the crowd, but have the 1 or 2 pods. So you are right on that. Should I have 1 or 2 pods? I talked about in the last pod there. You want to try to stay with people, but you're banking on your 2-3 pods. Like, you don't need to pick a pod just for the sake of picking a pod, unless there's reason for it. So I'm not picking Setterfield because I think he's a pod. I'm picking him because I think he can average, 95 because of his role. Essendon need that in their team, and at that price point, I can see him making cash while still scoring good points. The fact that he's in 3% is just a bonus.
Yep.
And that's the way I was.
I can't believe he's still. I mean, I feel like I don't have a loud enough voice. Maybe people just have decided.
No, we don't want
not to listen to me.
Don't jump. So, somebody else also asked about Setterfield in there, because we know we've been talking about Owen Yoda, Crozier, Callahan up to Setterfield, valid. Not as convinced on the Crozier one. If you don't have Liam Jones, get him. But fine, because we're big fans of Setterfield. And I just think the role suits. And I've said, I talked about this last night with the boys. Just about, at least if Setterfield was the fella in those couple first weeks, that he's the highest price of all those mid prices. So much easier for me to go down. If you're starting Warple
absolutely.
And Setterfield goes off, where are you getting the extra 50k to go get him up to?
Here's the thing with Setterfield that I hang my hat on when anyone's asked me about it. Okay, so Essendon play Hawks round 1. Okay, who's playing John Newcomb?
Yeah,
like, if it's not Setterfield, who is it? You're going to put Parrish on John Newcomb. He's going to clean him up. You're going to put Shield. No way. Doesn't have a defensive bone in his body. Merritt's not playing on him. He's the one that they want forward of the ball. So who's playing that defensive guy on John Newcomb? And he's their number 1
I'm expecting
mid.
Caldwell's not going to get named, so I think it's Setterfield.
Yeah, right.
And that means Setterfield is following Newcomb around.
Who's going to be getting the ball tapped to him. So when Reeves wins a hit out, it's going to go that direction. So Setterfield's got an option to either win the ball or have a tackle. So he's going to be around the opposition's number 1 player and he's also going to. And what he's really good at is winning his own ball when it's not necessarily like it's just in the contest. So he just gets a cheap little handball, pre-clearance disposals. This is what Cripps does so well and why he actually scores so well. Is that he might not get the clearance, but he gets a pre-clearance disposal. And as long as it hits a target, even if that target gets tackled, doesn't matter. He gets Supercoach points. I love it.
Yep.
The next.
So I
next
called
round,
him. That's what I've called Setterfield, a poor man's Cripps.
Yeah.
He just reminds me of him.
So round 2, they play the Suns. Who plays on Took? Probably Setterfield, right?
Yeah.
Round 3, they play the Saints. He just proved that he'd shut Steele down for a half, scoring 28.
And then Steele got tackles because then Steele goes and stand because Steele's very similar, and that he plays defensively. Great tackler, great. He's until Took really blossomed over the last couple of years. Steele was I thought the best two-way player in the league, and Took's now done that. But we know Steele, if Setterfield locks him down, Steele will just go to Merritt and do the exact same thing. And then that frees up other players and that. So, but yeah, you're 100% right. He just proved that he did that against Steele.
Round 4, they play the Giants. Who plays on Tom Green? I mean, you can keep going. Round 5, they play Melbourne.
I think he actually goes to Jelly that game, but yeah, same difference.
They play Melbourne in round 5. So who goes to Clayton? You know what I mean? Like, it just keeps going. Like the big-bodied mids, because they've lacked that position basically forever. And now they've got a guy that can actually come in and do that and put that body pressure on those big mids, which most of the time are the opposition's number ones. Means he's going to get around the ball. He's going to be able to find the ball. He's going to be tackling. And then what he's great at as well is hit up options around the ground. Because he is that taller target, he gets that ball through the midfield. He had 6 marks. I mean, for a guy to have 26 disposals and 6 marks and get 119 Supercoach, that's pretty good. Like, he didn't need to get 35 disposals and 8 marks or anything like that, or kick a couple of goals. He literally had 26 disposals, 6 marks. I think it was only 3 tackles for the day and had 119, where he only had 48% CBAs. Like, it's not bad at all. Look, and I think that's probably where we stop on him, because otherwise everyone's going to start jumping on him. But I love that. Now, I do want to stop and mention that Ben obviously said that Pitnet failed a fitness test. So they did plan... Sounds like they planned to play both, but didn't get up. If that's the case, it's a complete red flag and you wouldn't start him. So thank you, Ben, for being on that. I'll just go through some. Obviously, we've got a lot of questions, guys, so keep them coming through.
One who asked Clary to Setterfield, no, don't do that.
Clary to Setterfield. No, well, I mean, maybe. They may average the same for the first 3 weeks. No, I'm kidding. I've been having this really fun sort of back and forth banter with Ben. That's been really, really fun about the whole role issue with Clary and blah blah. And I was like, oh, dude, I'm just going to pick him up for 600K after round 6 as a joke. And then he's like, I'll hold you to that. Let's make that bet. And he just hammered me about it. Now he's made like a banner, and it's on the back of our on the top of our Twitter page and stuff. And it's just like, oh, well, thank you very much for completely destroying me. And I was making a joke, and now the joke's on me. So there you go. All right, so moving on to the next questions. So Boz obviously said, is Jack Bowes a good replacement? We have covered that. So if you Global says he's out with the calf. He's not technically. That's maybe. We'll see how we go there. Joe Char. Is Joe a friend of yours? Joe Charbine. He says Swizz is too high class for you, Ben. For you, Ben. After last night.
Love it.
I love it.
No, good bloke. Jacob, right. Sam Draper, yes or no? To me, that's a no.
Oh, huge no.
Yeah.
He's just, 3 years in a row he's averaged 72. So 70.
Yeah, I've shared my thoughts all pre-season about my thoughts on Draper. It's just
So apparently Ryan Daniels, so Michikos has said in here that Ryan Daniels, who is he's footy rhino, right? That's who he is, Ryan Daniels.
Yeah.
Footy rhino. He said that round 3 is a chance for Yo. So you get that means round 5 is the one. You got to pull the trigger if you want him.
Mm.
He could be a sideways trade.
He could. You know what? That could be, might not be, because what you would want is that first game he comes in and scores slow, just scores what his break even is anyway, and then hopefully by maybe round 6, it's like, okay, one of our, let's hypothetically say it's McKenna, if you did start him, even though we just told you not to, and he's got himself up to 250k. It might only be an extra 80k to move somebody up to a yo. Yeah, that's one we'll be talking about round 4 or 5. I'm sure. How good is Big J? Big J's the best.
Hippo said here that Sam Mitchell's announced that Sicily might go forward at some stage. Look, are we surprised?
Don't troll me like that, brother. Do not troll me on that. Like,
I don't know. Can you please post a reference or a quote or an article?
Can you get Sam Mitchell on the phone right now? Because I want to hear it from him. Because I literally just made that decision and I'm comfortable with it, and I'm not about to just completely butcher my team.
That would be.
I'll do that enough at the London tomorrow.
No, do it.
That's you know how I ended up with Patrick Cripps in my side last year. It was somebody else. It was I feel like it was Cripps, but it might have been unless it was Hewitt. There was somebody in my team, and I was literally watching them warm up for the Richmond Carlton game. And I saw him kick the ball 3 times. Like, yeah, I like what I see. I'm messaging Grimo like he's locked in, and that just off what I saw 10 minutes before the start of the season. Yeah, no, that guy's coming. Haven't had him in all pre-season like him, and it might have even been Hewitt. I'm like, yeah, I'm good now.
Wow.
And I got to ask that question. Thoughts on Hewitt this year? I've got him in a lot of drafts. I think there's no reason. Like Chris and I are huge fans of him.
I'm a huge fan.
Exactly.
He'll go 110.
The problem is, I don't think it's top 8. Which is the hard thing, and that. But he's going to be. But he's in the mix.
It doesn't matter. Yeah. So here's the thing. What we saw last year was there was 4 guys that went 120, and then there was 7 guys that went between 110 to 116, and he was one of those. So he was. Someone posted on Twitter. I think. My outlandish prediction is that George Hewitt becomes a top 8 mid this year. It's not that outlandish. He missed it by 1.8 points per game. He could be top 8 very easily.
I think I had him because I did my midfield rankings with you, and I can't remember exactly, but I might have had him 10th, 11th, and I've got him in that mix again. I just worry, can he be that top 8? But then in saying that, it's really hard to get all top 8 in your team coming the season. We know things change in that, so you know it's not.
He's 610k, and
you're probably paying for what you're getting for him. You might even pick him up a bit cheaper and stuff like that. But he might be one come that buy period when I'm looking for an M8 or 7 and go, you know what, Georgie Hewitt's there at 550 in my side.
Can you go to the fridge, mate, and get me a
That's
glass
great.
of
That's why you need kids.
No, they're in bed. I wish. No. Mitch Newman says Nick Dacos or Ridley is D2, and obviously we both have Ridley. I'm sure that hasn't changed. So to me...
Actually, I've got Ridley at D3 now, but yes.
Oh, yes, and I haven't moved Ridley since that preseason game. If you want to have a bit of a reasoning as to... I still have him at D2 at the moment because I've got Bose in. But, I mean, if Bose doesn't get named, then I'm going to have to change that because I don't like any of the other options. So if you do want some reasoning on...
I'm going to put this one. So, Jack, are you going?
If you do want some reasoning on Ridley, then feel free to check out our previous... Me and Swizz's previous pods where we go through our teams because we go into depth. Probably my number 6 or 7, where I actually have Ridley for the first time. I go right into depth with what we saw and the way that they were playing. So there's not really much point in us going right through that again. But yes, on you go, mate.
Yeah, Jackson Davey. Essendon was one of the better centre clearance teams last year. Why do they need to disrupt that to put Setterfield in? Better be used at stoppages around the ground where we got smashed.
I have no idea who Jackson Davey is.
I would actually, I'd actually say, he will be around the stoppages, but I still think he comes in that centre square because you're not starting all of Parrish, Merritt and Shield together. I think you always have, perfect world, you'd have 2 of them, but definitely they, because we all know that midfields have rotations now. Even the Blues, for example, it's not like they go Cripps, Hewitt, Walsh. That may be the first bounce to start the year, but you're trying to have a couple of them, and then when after the 6 minutes, the second team goes in. So then it might be Walsh with Chera, for example, and then they have the third option. And I think that's the same with the Bombers. It might be say Merritt, Shield, Setterfield, and then you'll try to have Parrish, with two other players as well, and that because they don't all play that centre. So and you think, yeah, okay, we all talk about CBAs and centre bounces and that, but they're the ones that like the midfield around the ball. I think even if he was to be pushed out, maybe out on the wing, it's more that McRae role where then he just gets himself involved. But I think Setterfield, we've talked about, he's more likely to be up against the best opposition player. So it's easier to start him in that centre bounce. And a lot of teams like Carlton were doing last year, they're the obvious because they were starting Walsh either at half forward or wing to
this
free
is where
him
I was
up.
going to leave with it.
I think that's where Merritt can come in and wouldn't surprise me because Merritt's the one that gets tagged. And even now as captain, he's going to get even more attention. So how do you free that up? Well, if the opposition tagger goes in the middle, maybe you try to put Merritt down half forward to give them something to think about because that now changes their backline structure. So does the tagger follow them and the guy have to jump out? But then as the ball gets bounced, you play a 5-man forward line and Merritt runs up to the ball to try to confuse, try to get the separation there. So teams are finding different tactics to get away from the person either doing the lockdown role, but it's also to how do you get your best ball winner up involved into the ball quickly. And I've watched a bit of the Blues last year doing that.
It's definitely about defensive pressure, which unfortunately there was really a serious lack of with the Essendon midfield last year and the defensive running the other way. So you have to be around the ball to have defensive pressure, and that's really the key. I don't see him as being a 70% CBA midfielder like he was in the first practice match or anything like that. I'm completely fine with him having 50% CBAs when rotating through and then playing off the wing or off the half forward, exactly like you said as well, and still having that assignment or that role that pushes up around the ball, because that's essentially what I see him as doing. And that's what he was doing last week. Even though he wasn't in the CBAs necessarily for the second half of the game, he was still pushing into the contests as well. So, it's not necessarily all about CBAs. The CBAs are an indication of role, but that's not all about how that is to scoring. Yes, it's linked, obviously, and correlated, but it's not a complete overview of what that actual role of that player is. And the coaches came out and said he's going to be playing mostly inside mid and a little bit of wing. That's what we think he's going to do.
And I've said this all. I see a lot of Essendon. It's the second most watched team behind my boys Richmond that I have, and that because obviously my partner, so I go to a lot of their games. And for so long, they're such a great team to watch because of how attacking they play. But in the end of the day, they don't get the job done. Yeah, they can sometimes sneak into finals, but it's shown by even when they make finals, their game plan does not stack up in finals because you see bigger bodies, contested footy. That's how finals are won. At Essendon, it's all gun, great movers and that from even the days when they McKenna and Tipper and Sard and their transition footy is awesome to watch. But they get hurt so much on the turnover because they don't have defensive-minded footballers. For so long, they just play attacking football.
And it's all good to just say, we're going to be more defensive-minded this year.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Well, you said that last year.
That's it. You can't... Yeah, you've got by putting the same players in, it's like, okay, we're going to train this player who's a natural ball winner to now play defensive. It's like you don't sit there and say to Lachie Neale, we're going to get you to play. That's not his strength. And that, so it's now who can we change and put in there to make us more defensive minded, and that's where the role change, and that's why us two are so hot on Ridley, because Brad Scott's come in, and it was like St Kilda and Essendon. You're watching them, complete reverse of how they played last year, because St Kilda was more that slower transition ball movement through half back, and that's why Sinclair did so well, and even a couple of their other half backs, and even Steele, because you can lead up, get the marks on top of everything else that you're doing stoppage footy, where on the weekend the Saints were all gun hun go through the midfield, moving that ball fast transition, where the Bombers now it is about slow transition football, very much like Scott coached at North Melbourne. And now and then you've got to put the pieces that work. Like if you don't have the pieces, you can't play that footy. But he does. Ridley can do that. McGrath's gone back to half back.
Brad Scott created Zeeble. Remember that.
That's right. That's it. So you put the players to play that game of footy, and that's what I think happens at Essendon.
So we also got here. So Sheasel, the Dreamers says Sheasel and Cunnington versus Flanders and one of Zeeble or Fife. Now that's an interesting one because honestly I think that the first step for me, and I had this exact question from Damo at work today, who's a mate of mine. We obviously chat SuperCoach. And I suppose at the end of the day, choose what you're going with your structure. Are you guns and rookies or are you more mid-price strategy? Because that will dictate what your decision will be. If your team is set up for guns and rookies, then you're better off going Sheasel and Cunnington. If your team is set up for a mid-price strategy and you're going to really be aggressive early and trade out your mid-prices as they fail and trade in the good ones, get the right picks in and then let your team grow and lose all your boosts and your trades by round 8, round 9, because that's essentially what you're going to be able to be doing, then sure, that's what you need to do. But I think it just comes back to what are you trying to do with your team? And sort of halfway doesn't really make any sense to me. Like I see some teams, like I understand you've got Yo and you've got Hopper, but most teams who are going Yo and just Hopper as their only mid prices end up they're on field. They've got say Philippou and Phillips, F5, F6 or Sheasel Philippou or something like that. That's a traditional guns and rookies setup. You have probably your 3 rookies on field in your midfield, your 2 rookies forward, and you've probably got 3 in your defense as well. If you're going with that, there's no point in now just adding in some mid prices and then trying to facilitate that into a move. Just continue with your guns and rookies approach and then play that same style or similar style is my advice. What are your thoughts, mate?
Yeah, I agree. And that's where my team's probably transitioned over that, since especially with the Yo news, because of like how I've changed to put Ridley on. I was big of not having Phillips and, McLean or Philippou like on field. I was going to have the rookies and that. Now that Yo's come out and I've taken that money to upgrade him, mine now looks more traditional guns and rookies. It's Mackenzie Phillips on field. It's Sheasel McLean and that. And I've still got Setterfield and Hopper, but like, let's just count that as I had Yo before as a rookie, like mid-pricer.
Yeah.
But because I had that money, the distribution of it, I probably had an extra mid-pricer or 2 in the forward line as well, where now, I don't really look as Tom Green as a mid-pricer. So, Setterfield and Hopper, I think are my only traditional mid-pricers because Liam Jones, I just think is an expensive rookie. So, that's kind of where it's at, where hypothetically, if I went Sicily down, and let's just say Yo was still playing, I could have gone Yo there, I put Zeeble back in, I could have probably even, maneuvered my team in a way I could have got Warport in, for example. So I could be full on, and that's now mid-price strategy. Yeah. And then that's how, as Chris said, I'd play the game as be aggressive early, where now it's a little bit like, okay, I want these cash cows to get fat for me, and then, send them off to slaughter when it's the right time.
So the next question here, mate, which sort of links into a little bit of defender chat. Lewis Sim said, what is a good D3 if I already have Doc and Ridley? So first things first, are you going guns or rookies or are you going a mid-price strategy? And what fits into your existing structure? So if you're going to another mid-pricer or to a rookie price player, then that's different. But if we're just talking premiums, who is the better out of probably the top 4 other guys? So let's sort of we've already wiped out Jack Sinclair. You've gone Sicily on the basis that the tags aren't early, which means that you can, that opportunity to pick him up's not early. If he goes and plays forward, then that just sort of throws a massive spanner in the works that no one's really ready for, I guess. And that would probably really suck.
They didn't do it last year. They more actually want to try to get Sicily around the ball in the midfield. I think that's more the change because they proved last year that they were happy to throw him in. And now that he's the skipper, that wouldn't surprise me to see him go and do 10%, 15% CBAs. But then I don't think that hurts his scoring so much because, it's never going to hurt playing. You'd prefer him in his traditional role.
Yes. And my argument is that I saw him in there and he did nothing. I was like, wow, he looks like a deer in headlights in that midfield. Like he does, unfortunately. So
it's better than going up forward because you're going a forward option.
I mean, so if you're going to have the worst, he's
well, you're right, but I don't think it still hurts because there's always a chance that he tries to put a couple tackles on or something like that. If you're around the ball, you're always a chance to pick up points. But if he's going to start forward, that's a completely different situation. But they didn't do that last year. So why would they do that? Now, I know Mitch Lewis is out and it's young Fergus Green. they're backing a lot. Well, he's not young; he's mature age.
Yeah.
So yeah, it has hurt their forward structure. But at the same time, why would you take out your best defender from that? You try to manipulate the situation through other guys. It just wouldn't make sense.
And the other two sort of a little bit lower price that we both liked on our top 10 defender pod, if you do want to check that out, guys, is probably Dale and Sard. I think we had them pretty equal in terms of what their potential output could be. Both obviously on kickouts, both playing for teams that we conceivably think are going to play finals and win games. Both have reasons that there's other guys in the team that have either changed or gone out of the team that have got their ability to be able to score a little bit more. So if you are sort of, that's my other thing, is that at a point today when I was trying to fiddle out my team, I didn't really have 600k to go all the way up. But I did have like 570k. Okay, so there are a couple of players in that bracket that you could look at. Dale and Sard are those. And then, so I would say definitely Sicily number one. Don't get me wrong, I don't think Dawson's going to be a bad pick. So maybe I'd just throw him in because it's Dawson and who cares? Like, just suffer the tag in week 1 and week 6, whatever. And then, I would then say Sard or Dale are a shout. So not bad at all.
I haven't talked about that at all, because that was going to be my little maybe nugget on Friday morning, depending on what teams have named. But Sicily down to Ballydoyle and Toby McLean, depending on where he was named, back up to Finn Callahan, was something that the back of my mind was considering as a fallback.
Ballydole's a decent option.
He is. So that's my fallback. That's my fallback if Toby's not named in the or named on the bench or some something like that, for example. I don't want him named in the 4th interchange bench spot. That then has me worried.
Yep.
So now, that's where I was like, well, that's 60k down, and I've already got sort of 20k in the bank. Yeah, Toby, you can go back up to Finn Callahan, and all it is.
Toby's useless anyway. He's going to average 45.
Who? Yeah, I know you're not a big fan on him. Of that, but then Grimo's huge on him, so I'm trying to split the difference between you.
He'll be okay. Now moving on. So Jessica Spall says thoughts on Libba. So is it Jessica Spall or is this Abdul that's covering for that's Jessica Spall?
Yeah, his fake account.
Look, I will admit that Libba probably should be the one as the real inside defensive midfielder to have probably most of the spike from Dunkley in terms of CBAs and being around the ball. I don't know. I can't trust Magneto to make that decision for the entire season and for Libba to be a 110 plus player. It's a huge risk that doesn't really have that much upside when you've got a guy like Kelly who's have proven, previous history of, 114 to 117 plus, who's also had a role change and he's 4k more expensive or something like that than Libba. I just don't see the why do that. I don't know. It doesn't.
Yeah, I get what everyone's saying. It's like Dunkley CBAs have got to go somewhere. Libba's best spots, the midfield. Yeah.
Take that out. Like, let's say he has a spike, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is it a good pick anyway? Like, what's his best potential average? It's a hard question, right? But what do you think?
Well, he went
maybe
104 last year, so can he go 10 points, 114?
Maybe 114, maybe? 115, right? That's the best case scenario. What's the worst case scenario? That he gets thrown around, plays a bit of forward. Isn't the pick that he comes out to be and goes back to 105?
I think he's still going 100 no matter what.
Oh, yeah, he'll go 100. Yeah. But the worst case scenario is he's just a 105 pick.
Yeah.
And
that's why I've been big on Will Brodie over Libba when people have thrown me the Libba one. And I know, like the Kelly one, I can understand people's reservations about Kelly just because of the injury history.
But that's the only. Can we agree that that's really the only thing?
The only thing, because he's scoring. He's done it before. Like Kelly, he's a 120 player when fit and firing and everything going well.
And the last 2 years has averaged 48% CBAs.
Yeah.
So
that's the thing. We talk about Libba having the spot because Dunkley's gone out. That's one player. GWS have literally lost 2 players who were their number 2 and 3 on their, with centre bounce Like they've lost such a big percentage
Yeah.
of there. So Kelly's naturally going in there. So I've got way more faith in him. And that's why I throw Will Brodie versus Libba, because Brayshaw's the one getting tagged at Freo. Will Brodie's been working on his fitness. Of all the midfielders, he had the worst fitness. His time on ground was absolutely terrible for a premium midfielder.
Yeah.
And that's the one, why can't, if he's has worked on, and what we've heard is, he can probably stay out there another 10% of the time, and Fremantle's soft draw, and then Brayshaw's getting all the attention. Why can't Will Brodie be the one that goes 115? He's the 24-year-old. So he's the one that's got just a natural development and upside. And he hadn't played a huge amount of games too. So we know when players hit, 50 games, 100 games as they go. Where Libba's more, what's Libba, 30 years old? It's hard for somebody, and I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but hard for somebody to have a career year as they've hit 30, 31. Where a 24-year-old, absolutely his projection can go up. So that's why when people throw it to me, I think
love the
Brodie
pick
ahead of
because I don't love the Brodie pick because I think he's the third best mid at Fremantle. So if Jaeger's getting the most CBAs, which is ridiculous in its entirety, but whatever, they obviously traded him for a reason, and then you've got Brayshaw, then he's third fiddle. Now that sometimes helps you because obviously. He's going to get... Yeah, exactly right. He's going to be able to run around free. His time on ground issues, look, maybe he's increased his tank. Does that fade over the year? I don't know. I can't.
I just think if I'm, that's the question. Like I'm still Kelly
Too
Camp
much risk
over both of them. Kelly Camp,
yeah.
but we talk about risk. People talk about risk with Kelly. There's risk with these guys as well. And we talk about Libba with positioning, and then Brodie, with fitness and that. But if you sat there and said to me, you got to pick one, is it Libba or Brodie? Well, I'll tell you, in all my drafts, I was taking Will Brodie, and that when they were there, because I think there's more upside with him.
All right, now moving on. So Dave has said, what do you think about the 2-5-2-3 primo structure instead of the 2-4-2-4, which is basically with your 4 gun forwards? In terms of a traditional guns and rookie setup. Look, it doesn't really matter. I mean, that's the 2-5-2-3 has been a mainstay in Supercoach pretty much as long as I've been involved with it. The reason why people have really converted this year to the 2-4-2-4 is because they've dropped off of, say, a Tom Mitchell pick, and that real sort of, say, below Tom Green as an option for a real gun.
I have three. It's Laird, Bont, Green.
So, but in a traditional setup, you'd usually have your 5 premium mids and your 3 rookies, right? So, it doesn't really matter, to be honest. But yeah, a lot of people are going. See, Hopper's not a premium. So, does that mean that you're not going Hopper? Because that would be very against the grain. And the only reason I'm even carrying Hopper is because everyone has him, and if he fires, you're going to want to be on him. But yeah, so the 2-5-2, the only, if Mitchell was a pick, I think you'd see a lot more people running 2-5-2-3. But the forwards are so good. So who do you drop out of the forwards? Because there's now really 5 really good options. So of course you've got Dunkley, he's not going anywhere. Taranto's really hard to get out of your team because he's in so many teams, and he's obviously changing a role. He should get an uptick. He should go at least 105.
And Rosie, he's only 500k. Where to get, then you've got to find extra money to get him up to a premium mid.
Yep.
For that, so because of him and Rosie's price, they're actually quite cheap for premium.
And that's
forwards.
the thing. So for 500k, who in the midfield are you going to get for that price? I can understand if you're running your 4th as Canelio, but 550k, you can probably squeeze 30k out of somewhere else, get a Kelly, something like that. That's fine. But now people are going with Goulden as the 4th, so it really limits your opportunity. The thing about Supercoach that I've learned over my time is you've got to take the value when it's there, especially in the early part of the season. Don't ignore value for the sake of, well, I'm not going to grab that guy because I don't think he's going to be there. If a large percentage of the Supercoach population are on a value pick and you're not on it, just not being on that one pick can completely ruin your season. Ask JD if you're still around. Ask JD last year, who obviously didn't start Will Brodie because he just didn't think it was a good pick, and then completely burned him the whole season, and then didn't end up getting him because he kept pricing him out. Every time he had an opportunity to trade him in, he was like, well, I can't get him now because I've got to try and sort of pot against him. That's what happens when you go against value. So all these guys that are going with the 4 premium, it's just what are you doing at that 5th spot versus what someone doing at your 4th spot, and can you make up the points difference with what you're choosing? If so, great, because I think that there are viable strategies. Tom Green would generally be most people's sort of M5 in that situation, and you're going a big 4. And then you're going, a light 3 with, say, Sheasel, Philippou, and Phillips or something like, and McLean. Now, what do those 3 rookies perform like compared to everybody else's? And that's really where you struggle. So,
and what I'd add, because I went through, for those that didn't have the SuperCoach Gold, I went through percentages in my pod. But for the forward line, so you got Dunk. Now these should be higher, but Ashcroft's 76%, so that means I look at it and go, there's 24% people either put burner teams in or haven't done their team or whatever. So you got Dunkley 70%, so that's nearly everybody owns him. Taranto's 58, Rosie's 48, and Goulden's 38. So you're practically sitting there going, 1 out of every 2 proper teams got Goulden, and then it's nearly 2/3 for the rest. So it's unless you can come up with a different strategy with that, which is somehow going to negate this value. And what's going to happen too with these guys, they're naturally going to go up in value. So everyone's going to have them, and then you're going to be trying to scramble to get forwards, and the best forwards are going to be 550, 560, where on the flip side for us, a lot of these premium Uber midfielders are naturally going to come down the price because they just can't.
So you've gained 80k on your team value, and then you've now got to try and you'll trade them in for 100k less than what they were. So your team value is going to be much higher.
Yep. And the other thing about that, then you're playing the extra forward rookie, and the forward rookies aren't that strong. Like I hate the fact that I've got Sheasel now at F5. I want him at F6. That's been my big thing, but that even worries me having him at F5. But I can live with it because a lot of people are sort of doing it.
What you got to do, Swizz, you got to get the Zeeble. The Zeebs.
Yeah, I know. Well, that means I've got to
you got to get the Zeebs at F6.
I got to kick Zeeb. I got to kick Sicily back on my side if I do that. But then also, if you're running that deep in the midfield, so like we're running Hopper centre field to try to balance out those points and stuff. But I've still got Ashcroft, McKenzie, and Phillips. So if you're going 5 deep, for example, and then we sit there and say, I'm gathering you've got Hopper like everyone else. Now, which one of those midfielders are you missing out on, or not playing on field? So. Yeah, like, okay, if Mackenzie's not named and that, then that's a different story then. And I can see us sort of altering our teams. But if he is named and played so well in that practice match, you can't not have one of these rookies, that midfield rookies that everybody else is going to be on, because you're just going to miss cash gen.
Yeah, agreed. So we have about 100 questions, and I'm going to say I'm okay to get to as many as we possibly can. So keep firing them through, guys. It might take a little bit, but stay tuned. We will get to all your questions, guys. So is Ben Cunnington a genuine option? So check out the 4 pod. All 3 of us. So you weren't on the 4 pod, were you, Swizz?
No, unfortunately, the death in the family, so I wasn't there, which was sad. But I might even find it. Like I was still going to get what?
Did you listen to our pod?
Yeah,
the forward pod. So we, DR, me, and Ben all had him around the 7th or 8th best forward. So, still pushing that top 10 barrier. And I'll just quickly go through what I noticed in the game. He had 27 disposals, a couple of frees against, used the ball really poorly in the first quarter. So his DT to SC ratio wasn't that great. Didn't have a single tackle, and had 68% CBAs. So I think there was a stat going around that Ben Cunnington averages about 5 tackles per game generally. So if that's just his like casual run around, see ball, get ball, play a little bit of football and get some match practice in, and he racks up 27 and doesn't care about tackling, then I kind of feel like that might be even underrating the pick. Like he could go really, really well. That a much more midfield time than I thought he would get. I thought he would get maybe 50% split. 68% is way more than I thought. That puts him as the 2nd highest midfielder there, with LDU taking the number 1. So super interesting. I really like him. He's in my team. So yes, he's an option. The thing is, you've really got to extend your forward line to be able to fit him in. So I have him at F5 because I still want the big 4. So are you spending up in that spot? I really like that as a tactic to try and get another rookie off the field, but you really got to be careful there. So Any thoughts, mate, on Ben Cunnington before we move on to the next?
Yeah, I was just searching where I had that top 10 and that. So, I had him 7. So I had Dunks,
Okay.
Taranto.
Yep.
I think Taranto's just because
Yep.
he's playing pure mid. Rosie, Cogs, Goulden. I still had Heaney up there. I think he just does it. He's
Yeah,
probably the
we
one
have.
that's everyone's not thinking about this year just because we've got so many other options than that. But he definitely gets cheaper at some point
And
and
that's it. You
could
pick him
definitely
up at
see him being F6.
340k.
Yeah, yeah. So it's pretty vanilla there. Cunnington, Butters. I got Dillmore at 9 just to piss my buddy Ben off, and
I had him at
and I
10.
think Jezza sneaks into 10. Now the problem is this changes because we know we're going to get dual position
Yeah,
players
of
as
course.
things. But
Yep.
to start the year out, I think Jez, and then wherever that'll slide down when the other players
So
fit in.
question for us was this, mate. So why don't you have Brun or Flanders in? And I don't think we have either.
No,
so
we don't.
I'll go my reasons and you go
go
yours,
first.
but they're probably similar. So the first reason why Brun, I really like him, and I just need to see more because right now we don't even know if he's best 22, and he's unfortunately in that bracket of, is he even part of that mix? He's definitely best 25. Does that mean he's sub-risk? Does that mean that they rotate him in, they put him into the midfield 1 week and the next week he's out of the team? I just want to see an extended run. So for me, I'm happy starting a Cunnington and a Zeeble, and then if he fires, jump on that value, and then I'm happy. But I don't want to be stuck with him at his price point, not being able to go up or down. Now the good news is you do have Fife right next to him, of course, and you've got Flanders lower. The reason I'm not on Flanders is he does not have. He had 18% CBAs, and I'm pretty sure that was only because Took wasn't there. I don't think he gets those CBAs at all moving forward. So the role is high half forward that pushes into the contest, similar to what Rankin did last year for the Gold Coast. So he's come in and did that. I'm not interested in that kind of role at his price. I don't think it really is going to be enough. I think he probably averages maybe 75, which is, he's still an expensive rook, so that's probably good enough. But I want more out of my F5, F6 than just a 75 average. So I'm looking to go up. Again, if he fires, I can look to transition him out into that. But that's how I see it. What about you, mate?
Yeah, mate. It's actually a good discussion we had last night about Flanders. We'll start with him. We both think, me and some of the boys were thinking last night, it needs to be 2 injuries to that Gold Coast midfield for Flanders to get CBAs. We think Alex Davies goes in first and then Swallows probably the other one. So Flanders doesn't actually swap there. So I don't think he gets the natural, big spike from that. And I think he plays more that Rankin role. More half forward. Probably does, get the opportunity to run through the midfield here and there. But yeah, they've lost Rankin's ability through that half forward and forward line to kick goals and stuff, which they do need to fill. And Rankin averaged 70 last year. So if I'm paying 256, so that's more than Finn Callaghan. Like if I'm picking Callaghan, I'm wanting him to go 80 of that. Like I'm hoping it's 85, but I'm wanting him to go 80. So that here's Flanders, who's 12k more expensive, and he's playing a role where Rankin, who's one of the highly touted young players in the league, averaged 70 in that same role. So I can't see him doing that, and I think their draw's absolutely horrific. And that you can argue this both ways and go, well, they're playing the top teams at home and the easier teams away. Is that better than playing the easy teams at home and the tough teams away? But I think it might be a little bit more consistent. But if they had the easy games, I think they got North at home, but they're playing like Melbourne and Geelong and Sydney Bulldogs in usually night games because of the weather you guys have up there, greasier conditions. So it does make it harder to score, especially if some of those small forwards, and that's where I kind of see him more playing. So how are you going to go up against those defenses, and how are we going to really expect him to come out and score those couple hundreds here and there to throw up his price? Can't see it happening.
I just feel like it's just more of a wait and see. Like why you don't need to. I can understand if you don't want to say run a McLean there and you've got the 80k and why not? Like I get that, but I'd rather go with. I'd rather start Brun over Flanders because again you can go down.
100%.
But you were just about to touch on Brun.
Yeah, for me, I've had like when had those more mid-price strategy going, I had Fife over Bron, and the reason for that, Fife's job security, but
Yep.
that's not going
He's the
anywhere.
best 22.
That's
He's
right.
got a shit
We actually
role,
don't
but he's
know
still going to
with
be able to score because he's just Fife.
That's right. He is, and yeah, fixture is unreal for the Freo Dockers to start the season.
Yep.
Where Geelong, I think everybody's forgot they just won the flag, and not just won the flag, but 2 years ago, runners up to Richmond. So they've had a great 3-year period. Now, yes, okay, we understand Joel Selwood's retired. Mitch Duncan's, carrying some injuries. So there has been some change to personnel out there. But there's, Tanner Brown, we know Henry's injured at the moment. Radigalia is trying to cement a spot in there. They've brought in Bose, and that's not including the very successful VFL team that they have, with guys trying to push into that side.
Yep.
To
Dempsey, Nevitt,
even Parfitt's in and out.
Yep.
Zach Guthrie's finally sort of cemented a spot down there, but think how long it took for him to do that. So how are we yes, okay, they've recruited these guys in the club, but they're the premiers. Like, they're not just walking into this side. And I think and my mate Grimo's been huge on this. They've got a best 28, and I feel like it rotates through, and I said it earlier. So, yeah, okay, if he's named tomorrow in the midfield guts and that, then it changes my entire opinion, because it's like, okay, Geelong are backing this guy in, and their midfield's not changing a huge amount with their ins coming in. But then if he starts getting named in the forward pocket, half forward, or if he's named on the bench, I've got so many red flags about that, because the ins that they've got to bring in are for those positions. Tommy Hawkins comes back in a couple of weeks. So that's going to push, players around there. So somebody naturally has to come out straight away when Hawkins comes in, depending on how they set up. And then that might push somebody, to the bench, and that pushes somebody else. Then what happens if, I'm trying to think, if Duncan sort of gets his body right, or if even Clark goes in the VFL and, dominates the first couple of games, what happens there? They'll want to get him in. Menegola.
And really positive things said about Clark from Hawkins and Jeremy Cameron at the event that Supercoach Mama went to. So, so they love him, and they do want him to. I think he plays this year as well. Shout out again to Harry Luke, obviously, big $50 donation. Thanks, buddy. Thank you very much.
Cheers,
and thanks. The 50K is mine later in the year. Thank you very much. So
you can come join us at the party next year, mate.
Absolutely. Noah Will says thoughts on having 3 primo defenders. So absolutely, you can do it. There's nothing wrong with that. I prefer it if I could manage it, but then it just impacts my other structure. So there's completely nothing wrong with that. Okay. And that was also asked by Dave. So another one there. Keep going down. So Harry said, I didn't know we could get people to shave their heads. Oh, wait. You made the donation and then didn't get their request. Okay. This is a good one. Ian says, is Wanganeen Malira best possible DPP prospect? No, because there's Jack Zeeble, but Lockie Ash and him are probably, they've got the same midfield. They're probably both good. Yeah. I like them both. The thing is, what do you expect out of it? Now, we have previous scoring history. Thank you to my beautiful, beautiful partner for refilling my glass. Thank you very much.
Liza.
People get sick.
Love you, Liza.
Thanks,
that's
Thanks,
awesome.
baby. So we've got previous scoring history of Ash. So he went 89.5 back roll. What does that look like this year? Look, what we do know, if we try and sort of crystal ball it and say Kingsley's obviously from the Richmond system, how much of that he brings over defensively. We know that the halfbacks at Richmond just score really well, especially if they get kickouts. Now, there's a lot of cooks in that kitchen, so I don't really know where that sits. We had Cumming and Ash go both big last week. Whitfield went big in the first half and then trailed in the second half. They're all playing slightly different roles, so it's not all similar. But do they all score well? They probably do. Like, they probably all go 90 plus.
I've got Ash at 88, but yeah, it's close enough.
So similar, right? So I like Ash because of that. Now, he's almost an identical price to Hopper. For me, does it make sense that you just start him instead, and then you get a DPP 90 averaging defender in round 6. Now, I would do that if, and here's the big if Hopper wasn't 50% owned, then I would 100% do that, because I actually don't believe, I think Hopper averages around 90, maybe even less in the Richmond system. I can't see him going, say, 100, and people are tipping him to be a keeper. It's like I've seen people being like, oh, Hopper's a keeper, like he's going to go 95.
I've pegged him for 95, but I can understand why you've gone a bit lower.
Yeah, so it's all like, it's very, very interesting, and obviously we're crystal balling here because we're saying Kingsley's going to be changing his back line, and Richmond aren't going to modify theirs when they've got 2 new clearance players come in. So therefore, dot the I's, cross the T's, historical data, this is a better pick. Realistically, we're not going to know. I think it's important to keep an eye on Ash, but I don't think, unless you're, say, going Yo to Ash and then changing around, taking out a midfield premium, putting in a defensive premium, and then switching around your mid-pricer, that's an option. That could be something you do.
Shout out to my mate Pondy today. He messaged me that one, and that he's, I think he's gone, because he had Chester, maybe he had 2 of the dual position players sitting in his midfield. So they've gone back, and then he's brought in Ash. And then that didn't change his structure at all. So I've got no problems with that kind of move.
Yeah, and I suppose the other one there is obviously Wanganeen Malira, as he mentioned.
Yeah.
I prefer
that one.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, well, I know you're going to say, but only because we
know exactly what I'm going to say, because you know.
Yeah, exactly. But because we had Anthony on the pod last couple of days ago in centre bounce, and I asked him that. I was like, because he's full on to his super.
This is Anthony Community, by the way, the 102k forward that just got
killed a
selected.
Forward. Yep.
So a bit of history about him. He was in the FTTV Discord before he obviously got drafted. He's a bit of a SuperCoach addict, so self-confessed SuperCoach addict. So was obviously very welcome to go on the centre bounce there. But continue, mate.
Yeah, so that was the one of the big questions I asked him was like, okay, if you're picking any Saints player, which one are you locking in? And he's like, Wanganeen Malira. He's really bullish on him. More because he's got the kick-out role. And he's not going to have all of it. And we've seen this with people like, why doesn't that guy get 100%? Or why didn't that guy get that many kick-outs that day? You got to remember that some teams don't kick behinds for large periods of games. And what happens if that player's having their rest at that time?
Yeah.
That no player, very rarely a player plays 100%.
That happened to Luke Ryan last year, and I think there was one time they had 5 behinds in a row. Luke Ryan's off the ground. Only 5 minutes spell for the whole game that he always took at the back end of the third quarter. Man.
Yeah. And then you get that data, and all of a sudden you're like, hang on, this player had more kickouts than them, and there's a reason for that. So Wanganeen Malira seems to be the guy that actually they want with the ball. And then it'll be Sinclair and a couple of the other players, Dougal Howard as well.
I think they want to try and use his pure kicking ability, and then Sinclair further up the ground to combine his running and his run and dash. That's how they want to structure up a little bit further. So Sinclair will be the one on the handball receive that's trying to push up out of the 50. So he'll still get his disposals, but losing the kickouts obviously will impact him.
Of course it will. So that's why I've dropped I think, what did I have? Sinclair 7th maybe on my rankings and so.
Yeah.
I dropped him down because naturally, you're missing those 5 to 6, 7 possessions each game, and he's still going to impact, as we said, up the ground, which is great. But nothing better than a cheapie from defence where you just know you're putting down 4 points straight away. So that's straight away a big boost for Wanganeen Malira there. And then naturally, it's not just the kick-ins, but it's when they take intercept marks, and we all think St Kilda are going to see quite a bit of ball down their defence. So intercept marks, Wanganeen Malira on top of Sinclair is going to be one of those guys that they're looking to get the handball back through to transition the ball up the ground and
switch the ball as well. Because Ross Lyon was a big component of the switch. He even used Zach Dawson to do it at times.
So when you've actually got a player that's come into the system and literally goes, this is the player that I'm backing in, and who, and he proved his credentials as a super coach, saying I wouldn't pick myself if named in that, and gave fair reasons for that. But he really loves the game, and he was, for him to talk up so highly his perspectives. So
those two both are hot on my radar.
Yeah, it had made me think. So if I had the choice between both, and what's Wanganeen 300?
303k.
Yeah, so it's it's not a bad price because in that role, we've talked about that with defenders. Like, yeah, I said Ash 88, but yeah, it can easily go 90 plus.
Yep.
Daniel Rioli, switches back and all of a sudden, going 90 plus.
Yep.
They just get it in that role. So Wanganeen-Malira is definitely one. If I want the full mid-price strategy, the only problem is it's okay, which one of these, then I've got to move off the field or take out McKenzie or Phillips or something like that.
And that's my strategy coming into the season. If one of those rookies falls off the map early, then and I structure up elsewhere and I find myself with a little bit more cash, I could look to go to an Asher or a Wanganeen-Malira, or if Setterfield fails, then you can move down to that. The one that I like better than I like Wanganeen-Malira better than Warple. So for the same price, so $6,000 less, you can get off Warple. I can't. I just don't know where this.
I don't get it either.
This Warple thing. People are like it's his midfield now. I'm like, it's not. It's John Newcomb's midfield.
Legitimately not.
They're like, yeah, but he's going to get all this midfield. He had 58% CBAs on the weekend. That's not all this midfield time. They're going to rotate. I guarantee you, the Hawks are going to rotate large numbers through that midfield. So 58%, when he had 58% last, it was 2 years ago. What did he average? 73.
We watched him in a game last year. We had maybe 3 or 4 of us who were into a Supercoach last year, and we were watching him in a game where he did have a decent amount of CBAs and was around the ball. And we all were walking out and having a chat about the footy and stuff, and we all thought he was going to get delisted or traded on that because his disposal efficiency was so bad. Like every time Hawthorn turned over the ball, it was because of Warple. And I think he's got a lot of love because of that whole, Warpedo and everything like that. So, yeah, when there's a hype player or there's, it's funny because you talk like, you're Tom Lynch, or there was somebody said the other day, there was another player that we brought up, and I wouldn't pick him because I rate him as a shit bloke or something like that. And I'm trying to think of the player we're talking about. So now, like Tom Lynch could be like last year, could have been averaging like 105, 110 at a point. People are not going to pick him just because I'm not having that person anywhere near my team. Warple, on the other hand, seems to be just a fan favourite. People really love him, and I think that's where, we sit there and say, pick plays you like, but we're talking about like, the difference is between Cripps and Brayshaw, and you like Cripps and that, go pick Cripps, and that not, okay, I'm just picking Warple because I love this guy for whatever reason.
People are riding his 2019 average.
Oh, 100%.
Like it's just...
it's like...
Anyway, so
happening.
moving on, we are getting forward into these questions. I know we're a bit behind. Galaxy said because of my haircut, it's like the hair has to go, mate. Lots of pressure on you, buddy. Let's go. So,
yeah, it does.
Thanks, mate. All right. So for anyone that is asking about Yo replacements, we have covered it largely earlier in the pod, and you can rewind. So if you want to go to the start and just focus on Yo, that's what we headed off the pod with before we really got into any questions. In terms of options, we both went through our different teams and what we've done with them at the moment, and we've both got different strategies. So it's a really good way to sort of have a listen and be able to go through some of the different options from 2 different perspectives.
And as you said on that's actually interesting. I get asked this a bit. In the end of the day, and the boys talked about this last night as well, it's just our opinions. This is what we're planning to do. It's your team in the end. Now, we can give you different advice and options, and that's what we do. And that's what other Supercoach content creators do. But in the day, if there's a player you like and there's something you've seen that we haven't seen, 100% back your gut and put them in. Like, Abdul's the best one of this. And now we all know him as the, I'm trying to think what his alter ego is. And I'm just going to absolutely blank. Trying to think, well, what's he think? Anyway.
The Godfather. It's Godfather.
Godfather. Supercoach Godfather, of course. But he's like the craziest guy when it comes to like picking some players and stuff like that. Now, there has been years where he hasn't been, but last year he took chances, took risks. JP's the same. Like he takes some risks with mid-prices and stuff like that. But they'll still listen or think about different content, options and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, those guys are really strong on backing their gut. On if there's a player they like, if they get it wrong, so be it. Like they'll jump off and make sure they jump off at the right time. So there's nothing wrong with it. That's for me and Chris. We're both like huge on the set of full train. Don't care if people aren't, and that these are the reasons A, B, and C we are.
And
but if you are, if for whatever reason, if you are on Warple, just because we're not, and you are
Just do it anyway.
100%
And then,
cool.
then shred us every week on our podcast.
Absolutely.
Now that
Absolutely.
we're going
Come back
live,
and say that and go, no problems.
We don't
we're
care.
happy to wear that. I don't care. That's right. Because you've gone with your gut and stuff like that.
I think
However, we can only
it's
just
on
present the
brand
facts
for
with you.
us. It's on brand for us to just, cop it on the chin, have a laugh with our fans, and just be like, yeah, whatever. That's fine. That's cool. And I love that our fans do give it to us at times, and it's funny. So if you're one of those, I absolutely applaud it, and I love it. I actually really enjoy it. So keep it coming.
I know and this is the thing. I know other people take it personally, and there's been some talk about that on some Supercoach channels, and obviously there's a very famous person who not famous, but always made himself famous for St Kilda, who he loves to block everybody who has a different opinion to him and that. But for us, I love the banter. Like we banter with some of our group chats are unreal. And the shit that we lay on each other all the friggin' time.
I have
and
a
not just
zero-block
us,
policy.
but I said it last night because the guys were asking when my partner came on the show and talking about that. She calls me Supercoach Outsider because she's like, why would I want an outsider's advice? I get bantered from my own wife at home. It's awesome. It's a lot of fun.
Partners in the ribbing that you cop. Honestly, a lot
The
of
ribbing,
gets me all
absolute
the time.
ribbing we get from Supercoach.
She loves to put it. I think that's part of the reason we get along is because she puts it on me, I put it on her, and it just goes back and forth. But nothing better than having actual fun with your partner. That stuff.
You take the next question. I'm getting another drink.
Sounds good. So first thing is, Sam Gunson. I've had this question a few times. Is Jones at D3 too light? The thing is, there's a lot of options in defence, and I don't necessarily hate the idea of Jones at D3. And the reason is, so you've got Jones, and you probably go Crozier or some other sort of mid-price option there that are rookie price. He's got great job security. Jinby's obviously a lock. You're probably running, say, a Constable or a McKenna there as well. And then you've got Wilmot and then Cowan. And because of the amount of DPPs, you probably even then have the option to go, say, a Chesser in the midfield. So that mid defender swing. So you can actually have quite a lot of decent cover in case shit hits the fan. Now, we're only really hoping any of these guys get to 6 to 8 weeks. So you're not looking at a long-term strategy for these guys. So it's not that bad or that crazy. You've got 4 guys on field, and you probably have 3 guys on the pine that are all have pretty good job security and will probably be able to take you through. So unlike previous years where we had really light rookies in defence, there's a lot that are there and that are coming through. You got guys like Chin Cotter that obviously might become available if Cowan comes out for whatever reason. Chin Cotter's right there. Bang, in comes Chin Cotter. You got more cover. I'm not really worried completely. So I don't think it's too light. But each to their own. I understand people saying it is too light. It looks light, but I don't think it is based on the amount of rookies that we have. There's exit strategies for all of that too. And you've also still got guys like, Liam Stocker, Goda, who's obviously, I think he will play this week. So there are other, Tom Cole, there's other guys that you can get that aren't accessible, like you probably don't have in your team that you may be able to transition or sideways to. So it's not all failure. Muhammad675 said Zach Butters or Jeremy Cameron. I think we'd both go, if we had the choice, Zach Butters. The only question on Zach Butters is, what's his role? How many CBAs does he get? Like we mentioned in the Port Pod, he's out of that group. He's the one that can average the most with the least amount of CBAs. So it's not a bad pick. I mean, I probably personally wouldn't go Butters at this point. I'd go one of the other big 5, I guess. But if you're set on Butters or Cameron and you love him, I love Butters as a player. So I'm partial to that. I probably wouldn't select Cameron because you just don't know week to week what you're going to get out of him. So that's it. Okay.
Agreed.
Global says, why no Prusy as a joke? I wouldn't go Prusy at all. Ben, by the way, said that fitness test and then donated $2 so that we would see it. And then I didn't reference it for like 20 minutes. But thanks, Ben. You've just costed yourself some money. Cool. Hey guys, who benefits the most out of Pies with Lipinski out? So this is an interesting one.
Question.
I need to see the team sheets, but I had a chat on the very, very end of my team pod yesterday. I suggested that they had floated and rumoured that Ed Allen might get a debut early, and I think that's probably the role that he's most suited to. So Lipinski plays the Flanders role, essentially. He's the high half forward that gets up around the stoppage, provides the extra number at the contest, etc. Who's the best suited to that? Probably Ed Allen. The other guy that I floated there is Joe Richards, but I'm not sure if he's quite ready for AFL. They might sort of ease him in through the VFL. I think that there's options there. Obviously, there's Will Hoskin-Elliott, who may have been a sub and now into the 22 or players. There's that option, and then maybe Ed Allen comes in as a sub. There is a few. I don't think it's going to be anyone that's going to be Supercoach relevant because Lipper's not Supercoach relevant. So to me, unless it's a rookie, it doesn't really make sense to be jumping at that as an option. But good to keep an eye out, and then we'll go from there. Outside of that, so where's Ben? So Ben, by the way, someone asked where's Ben. Ben's a bit sick.
Who?
So if you're wondering where Ben is, he's sick at the moment. He otherwise would be on because he's literally in the chat, having chats and commenting on everything. But he's not here today because he's a bit sick, and we thought we'd take up the mantle. So hope you're all good, Benny boy, back home, and we love you. Global said, people paying not to see you, Ben. That's good. Jacob Langley says, thoughts on Tom Stewart. And look, I might let you take this one, Swizz, because I think we pretty much feel the same. We both love him. It's just we'd like to pick him up cheaper if we can, and there's an opportunity to do so, right?
100%. So potentially, like we talk about teams tagging, like say Geelong Hawthorn, and who you're going to go to, and probably the damaging half back. Like he's their best player. He's just a gun.
He's by far their best player. Game.
Yeah, and that. So there's always that, and it's easier, with those half forwards who do the tagging job. We've talked about how well he can score at the MCG and his average there, but we all know what an absolute freak he is down at Geelong. So his first game down the category is, I think, round 6, and then round 8. So they've got all these games either at the G or away. His average away isn't pretty. I think it might be 91 or something around that, which shows that he can. And that's what he scored, I think, against the Gold Coast the other day. It's just always been kind of his away average of that. And that's like all players. Like, very rarely do you see a player average more interstate than what they do on their home deck. So it comes into it thinking there might be a little bit of a price drop there. And then it was just also a little bit of my worry. Now, I still think they play the game against Sydney down at Geelong, but there is some talk about the redevelopment being behind schedule. And do they potentially move another game to the G or Marvel or something like that if they are still doing construction work or whatever? So I don't know how much that will affect and how exactly that's going, but there had been some talk about that. So if there's a possibility that there's one more less game that he gets to play down at Geelong, I don't want it. And even that first game he does play down at Geelong, it's against the Swans. It's the the grand final rematch. So perfect world. I'd love to bring him in. I think it's round 8 against the Crows down there. It is round 8. So
yeah, that's where you want him, because round 6
500,
he has
550,
St Kilda.
perfect.
No, it's round 6 he has Sydney, I think. Round 4
Sydney.
Hawks,
That's what I'm saying. It's the grand final.
Sydney,
Final rematch is if they still able to play it in Geelong.
And they I guarantee you, if Clark will be back by then. So I think he's slated for round 3 return, I believe, Ryan Clark.
Yeah. But even so, it's Sydney. Like it's not. That's not like okay. They did a number of them on them in the grand final, but it's still a very.
He didn't score very well in Supercoach though, did he?
Yeah,
I think he only scored in the 70s or 80s. So
yeah. So you want. I think the following week they play the Bombers at the G. So if it's not round 7, it's round 8. I can actually see what's going to happen. He's going to have this really ridiculous break even like he did last year.
And then go 170 round 7.
And we're going to hold and then come out and absolutely dominate the Bombers. He's just going to sit in front of Wright all day.
Well, if he might be cheap enough to just grab him and just go, well, I don't care.
Well, I don't care. And that was the
if I have the money round 7, I'll just get him.
Because that's what Emily did last year. I think she got him when you went Witherden, and then he came out and had that massive scores against Freo or something like that.
I mean, there's every chance that Caldwell tags him in round 7 as well. So, I mean, Tagging's back in vogue, man.
I'm not as worried
really...
about doing it against the Bombers, but yeah, I think that's the way. There's just we're expecting, just because of the way their fixture's set up, that Doherty's got a fantastic fixture. Sicily's role shouldn't be changing, and even Dawson. I know we've talked a little bit at the tag, but I think that doesn't
I'd
worry
rather
me as much.
if put a gun to my head and decide who I wanted to start with, I'm probably starting with Dawson over Stewart as a Yo replacement. So, all right. So Kuz said, would you do Laird, Yo, and Callaghan to Steele, Kelly, and Chesser, and then flick McKenna on field? So basically, going 1 Uber premium and 2 mid prices to 2 mid-tier mid premiums and a basement rookie. I mean, sounds like a pretty good trade up, to be fair. Again, I'd probably say, what's your strategy? Is your strategy mid-price strategy, or is your strategy guns and rookies? If it's guns and rookies, mate, I would absolutely jump on that. You'll probably win out 9 times out of 10. But especially with Laird, though, just be aware. I think of the Laird and Clary, he's probably the one that holds his price more. And if you've got Clary, I would then do Clary. But if you're trading Laird and you don't have Clary, now you're trying to get into potentially 600, 630, 640k guys in at a time when it's going to be really difficult to get them in. You're going to want your Stewart, you're going to want your Dawson, you're going to want all these guys. Like, where are you getting that cash from? Because you've just got rid of another mid-pricer. So just plan it out. Like, okay, if I don't have Laird, when am I getting him? Like, what does that look like? So I worry about that. So, anyway, moving on. Ra McGar said, how good is Big J? Love Big J. Big fan of the centre bounce and what they've done this off-season. Very welcoming to us. I think I've been on there twice. You've now been on there 3 times, I think, or twice, was it?
I think 3 times, maybe that, maybe more.
The community at the moment, Supercoach community, I think it's at an all-time high in terms of what's going around at the moment. So, yeah, very, very happy. So, Embiid of Joel. By the way, Joel Embiid should win the NBA MVP. If he doesn't, I'll be furious, but, whatever. To be fair, Warpeter was young and still wouldn't touch in SC. Yeah. I mean, Warpeter, here's the other thing. A lot of people play fantasy and SC, and they're obviously not the same. He's a fantastic fantasy player.
I have him in AFL fantasy.
yeah, absolutely. Because, AFL fantasy is like, barn doors, come on in.
That's right.
It doesn't matter.
It's all about how much you get it, not what you do with it. So, yeah, Warple, if you do play AFL fantasy, lock him in your team. He's definitely one for that.
Harry Luke said, Shrek is king. Trust the man with 2 first names. Oh, Sean Darcy. Wow. No, thank you, mate.
That just completely puts me off him even more, thinking about that now. Just to answer that one, Warple is 463 in AFL fantasy. Absolute lock.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, moving on. More questions. Galaxy Wolf said, I didn't think Stewart was taggable. No, definitely taggable. He was tagged late last year. Basically, I think from round 20 onwards, they started tagging him, and he dropped some real poor stinkers. Like, if you were like me and you decide to get onto him late and then hold him through his 4-match suspension and then ride him all the way to the end, because that's what you do, and pay maximum top dollar for him, you would have noticed. But, man, maybe I'm biased. Maybe that's the issue.
So good.
All right. So Ellie Van Dam said, thoughts on Liam Stocker. So, I mean, he did, I think it was like a 78 with 20 touches or something similar. I thought it was 19, but I could have been wrong. We already went through that a little bit earlier. Don't hate him because he's got a little bit of job security at the moment, but he's not a long-term option. I think Caulfield probably replaces him once he's fit in that lineup, and they've got guys coming back over the journey. So is it a first in, first out, then they reshuffle? Because then they've also got Ross coming back next week. Windhager's a test for this week. So they do have a couple coming back in the next coming weeks. So that is a question, but we just don't know the answer to that at the moment. Jay said, Ruck 1, Radagalier, Ruck 2, DeConing, let's go.
That sounds like something you do, Chris. Oh, yeah, I'm going Radagalier, McAndrew, and Samson Ryan. Let's get on, lads.
So Thomas Mewett said, with restructuring, I can't fit Taranto into my team. will that be a big miss? Now, have mentioned this on the pod earlier, but can I get from your opinion? You're hot at him. You've got him like really high in the forward rankings. Tell me what you think he
I had him
averages.
2. Yeah, I had him second. I'm not actually like I don't think like outside of Dunkley, I don't think all the forwards average are actually that crash hot. I'm thinking second best forward might even only be 105 until we get these dual position players and whatever. Of the list we have, I'm actually thinking that's the max, and I'm thinking that's
You got to get on the
105
Goulden
in
train,
second
mate. He's
place.
going to the moon. He's going to average 135.
He's not. I don't think he's going that much to the moon. And that I think he.
It's not going that
I
much
think
to
the
the moon.
difference between, like what I have Goulden up there as well. So, so I've got like Taranto 105. I think Rosie's in about the same thing.
Okay,
And then you
so-
got Cogs and Goulden 102.
So we're
it's not
saying the same then. I said 105, and I actually think I said higher than that.
Yeah.
But I think that Rosie goes 110, and there's Canelio that goes.
where
108.
I'm not as bullish on
Yeah, yeah.
those scores from these guys. I think it's
All right.
well, and maybe there's a little bit more meat, and maybe it's okay. Taranto's 108, Rosie's 106, 107, something like that. But it's I'm not thinking these forwards are coming out and scoring 115s and shit like that. It's just I can't see it. But at the same time, I still see him. He's in that group of top 2, 3 forwards. That the role's there. Like he's now Richmond's number 1 midfielder.
Yeah.
It's as simple as
So
that.
I would agree with you on price, and for that reason, because like he is a 105 merchant, and I can't get this across any better. He could have. He's one of the only guys in the league, very similar to Warple, in the fact that he can have 35 touches and still not get 100. I've owned him for 3 years straight. At some point in the last 3 years, and in chats that we have all the time, Swizz, I'm just like, here he goes again. I can't believe it. He's on 26 disposals. What happened while I was away for half an hour? He racked up the pill and then just turnover merchant. So I don't see the fact, because he's going to have those games where he might only get 23 disposals and he has a turnover game and he goes 65. He's got that in his cycle.
And that's where I think that his baseline comes up now, because he is now Richmond's number 1 midfielder in there. And that means I think he is still going to see more of the ball. The other thing that helps him too is the delivery into the Richmond forward line.
Dirty ball,
we have been
dirty
used
ball
to
forward.
the dirty ball compared to what maybe the Giants have been used to over, especially when the Giants had.
Because I agree, Dusty's such a hack kick, so it makes sense.
Yeah, he has, but it never mattered because it's just the way we played. Now it's a little
Honestly,
bit now different.
I've always been
Tom.
of the. He's an all or nothing kick. The thing with Dusty is he doesn't care if he hits it or doesn't. So it could be scrub it into the forward line, but he tried to do something that was so amazing and it just didn't come off at the time.
Yeah.
And but then he does those kicks that are just like, I've never seen anything like that.
This was a question last year, best kick in the league, and I think best kick over say 30 metres might be Jackson McRae, but the best, not the most effective or the person who can do it like over and over, but one like we talk about, Buddy's probably second on this list. The one that can pull out the freakish kick in the field from nowhere.
Yeah.
Dusty's number 1. There's no one beats Dusty at that kick.
Yeah.
He might try it 10 times in the game.
That's what I mean. He doesn't care.
And that's the thing. But when he does it, it's just unreal. Like there's moments in games where we just sit there and go, how do you pull that off?
Yeah,
But,
I agree.
Yeah, and so
Which hurts, unfortunately, his SuperCoach potential.
Yeah, but Richmond have been used to playing, and because of the way we set up in that forward line, with the sort of small forwards and stuff like that. So I think Taranto butchering the ball, it doesn't change anything for Richmond because they're used to, as you said, dirty ball into that forward line. Jack's always been so good with that ball pick up, even if it's a little handball to somebody running past and that. So I think that's where Taranto's baseline, where, the Giants kind of wanted a bit more better ball. Even like you think Toby Green, how many times he would prefer the lead up. It kind of nearly played like a tall forward sometimes with the way he would lead up the ball, where, I don't think it's going to matter with Taranto. So I think those 65 games probably become 85 games just because a player is going to somehow get on the end of it, and that ineffective kick is now somehow becoming effective because just got lucky a Richmond small got on the end of it.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. And so, but here's what I think with his scoring is that because it's like this all time, it's going to keep his price relatively the same. So he will go up in price. I think he's too much value at his price at 500k. But I can't see him being not available somewhere between 500 and 550 elsewhere during the season. I don't think he spikes to be a 600k all of a sudden, and you have to get him. And so for that reason, you can fade him. That's fine. I worry about his early potential and the fact that 50% of the teams are on him or whatever it might be. I just don't want to not be on him for the games that he goes 120, because even if I have a pod, I'm well behind on weeks where my pod doesn't work out. Well behind. And he goes 120 or 130. Like I don't think he generally doesn't go anywhere above, say, 135. Like he sticks between an 80 to 135. Like he doesn't go really big, so he's not going to price you out. But yeah, his big games are like 130, and you go, wow, that was a really big game. And he might have had 45 disposals. You know what I mean? So it's crazy. But yeah, for that reason, I don't think he's terrible to fade.
We were talking last night, like, because I know everyone's talking about sort of Laird and, what's going to happen in round 1. Round 2, Adelaide play Richmond. Laird, Dawson are going to have a field day. But there's a lot of players in that game who aren't going to score that well. And I think that's a sort of game where Taranto goes 125, 130. It's just the way, I think it's like Laird and Taranto line up, and it's because Richmond don't tag. So they shake hands at the start of the game, shake hands at the end of the game. Laird has 40 and gets 150 plus Supercoach, and probably Taranto the other way gets 30 odd and has 130 and that, and shake hands at the end of the game, and well done to you two. 3 and 2 votes.
Right.
It's just what's going to happen.
Wow, this chat has exploded, and this is awesome. I love it. We are getting through it, but it's going to take some time. We got all night.
That's right. There's more questions than we've got the pace to answer, but that's fine.
That's fine. Look, this is what happens when you're a popular Supercoach podcast, right? All right. So,
if you haven't already, I have put up my road to round 1 reveal. Thank you to all the people who have got on to have a look at it so far. So yeah, definitely share the word. The
chat's so far removed, and unfortunately, some of the chats have been removed, and I can no longer access it. But at the top of the new chat is. Joel of Embiid said George Hewitt is the guy I'd love to pick, but don't. So obviously that was in reference to our chat about half an hour ago. Joe said, Joe said, boys, I love you. Yeah, the centre bounce boys are on. He said, I love you. I never thought it was possible to love you more. Setterfield is life. Yes, Joe's on board. Well done, Joe.
So is Dr. Supercoach.
Yes.
The Dr. Supercoach boys are on as well.
Oh, good
that
stuff.
Is awesome. Hey, boys.
JD said Jackson Davies out as well. He said, sun's out, guns out. You're welcome. Oh, thank you very much, lads.
That got brought up last night. I was
haven't worked out in a couple of weeks.
Don't freaking bloody talk his bloody guns up.
Yesterday,
laughing at your own joke.
That was pretty funny. Yesterday, I was just in the mirror. I was like, I haven't worked out since I had my ankle surgery, so I'm feeling like a little bit, and yeah, I've definitely packed on a couple of kgs the last couple of weeks with all the fast food and lack of physical activity. And then I was like, but I caught my tricep in the mirror. I was like, oh, actually, not too bad at all. So,
I probably scrolled out of order there, but my boy Nelson just asked about captain between Bont and Oliver round 1, or even thoughts about captains and stuff. So I'm actually going to VC Doherty tomorrow night.
Oh,
I'm sold on that.
Snap. Is that because Richmond love to give up points to halfbacks?
Absolutely love the halfbacks. So Doherty, I feel like Doherty's going 140, and that it would surprise me if he doesn't go at least 125.
So my issue,
I just hope it's not some awkward score.
Yeah, that's what I think. I think you get like an awkward, like a 125 or whatever that you've just got to take. And I saw a poll today on Twitter that had like, who are you VCing this weekend or whatever? And I put in mine, and like 70% of the people said the same thing. So I'm really worried about falling behind, and that is Josh Dunkley. So Josh Dunkley seems to be the number one, I would say pro pick, the pick that Twitter is going to go with. And obviously Twitter have a lot of competitive, very similar teams as well, because the guys that I see on Twitter are the guys that I'm interacting with. Therefore, you're seeing what you're reflecting back to you. So yeah, Dunkley seems to be the pro pick this week as a VC option, and so that's why I'm going with him. But I understand.
That's the one I had, and let's just see if I get to the pub and get a few drinks in me, and that changes. But at the moment, he is very much on my, because the last 2 games he's played at Richmond, 128, 144, and it's hard for me to ignore when, yeah, as you said, we just put no time into them at all. Like we saw what Stewart did to us last year, just I feel like I'm really hoping it's 130 plus. I think that, and that's just my only worry, because I did have it on Dunkley, and it's like, okay, what could Dunkley do in that midfield? Yeah, we just know how good he is. It's just, it's the matchup kind of thing. Yeah, the other one I actually also liked was Wits, and then I was considering that because either Laddams or McAndrew or whoever's going to be rucking against them, Wits could just absolutely go nuts this weekend.
Fair enough. Dave, so
but to answer his question, Bont or Oliver, I'll go. You know what? Let's go Bont.
No, it has to be Bont. Last two matches for Oliver versus the Dogs is 112 and 96. Why even take that chance?
That's what I was just trying to think. What did you go? Yeah, it was good that you remember that.
I've been reading chat because I've been trying to catch up with questions. Dave said Brun or Fife as my F4 because he can't get both. I would probably go Brun, but I know you would probably go Fife.
I'm Fife.
But Brun's, yeah, we still got to wait till Brun's even named. I'm not necessarily. Yeah, I don't know. If Brun isn't named,
6 against the Saints this week,
and that's it. Like, who are the Saints playing on him? They're what? Wilkie? Is Wilkie playing on him? Oh, man,
no, it's not Sinclair. It's not Wanganeen.
Did Freo win by 10 goals?
I've picked Freo. I can't believe there were people picking St Kilda.
When I initially thought of it, I was like, Saints played pretty well against the Bombers. Freo travelling over here because it's at Docklands, isn't it?
It is.
Then I was like, Saints are a shout. And then I thought about it. I'm like, but why?
But why? That's it. That was it. It's just like, but why? That's it.
So I then immediately retracted my thoughts. I haven't really been too impressed with Freo, I guess.
They could be the team that drops out this year. Like they might not be as good as they were last year. I think some people are thinking natural development, so they're a bit of a hard one to get a read on. But how do you ignore Fife starting the year playing forward? And this is why I want him. I actually do want him. So I know a lot of other people aren't hot on him, but that round 1 Saints, round 2 North Melbourne, round 3 West Coast, and then even Adelaide Gold Coast after that. But North Melbourne and West Coast back-to-back home games, and the only thing I was worried about is they get that far ahead, they've got no injuries, and they go, Nat, why don't you just go get subbed at 3/4 time and go have your rub down of that? But he showed in the practice match, he kicked 3-2, I think. He's going to get opportunities to get shots on goals, take marks leading up, and I don't think either of the team have the right player to probably shot. North Melbourne probably more, but now that Ben McKay's out as well, that completely changes their whole structure in round 2. It was different and that's when Fife really came into my looking, because it was like, okay, Mackay, so that means maybe Griffin Logue plays on him, and Griffin Logue's probably played on him at training before. So I'm like, okay, there's somebody who's got inside knowledge about how Fife plays. I can see him, able to do a shutdown role. But now Mackay's out. That completely changes it, because now Logue's got to go to Tabernar and the whole structure. So I'm thinking, okay, who in that North Melbourne backline is lining up on Fife? Was it going to be Zeeble can't play on him? Surely not. Maybe.
Nah, that won't happen. It'll be
Aiden
Core.
But but then what if they've got Jackson up in the forward line?
So they will be running Bonner, Bonner, Core, and who was their other defender? Griffin Logue. Yeah, that'll be their 3.
The Logue goes to Tabernar. And that I would have thought, then who's manning Jackson if he's playing starting up forward?
Core.
Yeah, so Core's going to him, so that means Bonner's going to Fife.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, well, one of them. I mean, that doesn't really matter. They're going to get pumped.
Yeah, I know, but that's my thinking. I'm like, how many goals could Fife kick in those first 3 weeks?
Yep. All right, moving forward, because we've got to get through these chats. Luke Goff, he asked top 5 mids and defenders in order. We went through that on 2 different pods, so not going to go through that now because obviously we've already done that. But do recommend going through.
I didn't give my
those
mids,
different
but I'll just give my top 5 on that. So I've got Bont number 1. I've been so big on Bont. Big on Bont, mate. On that. Bont,
All right,
Laird,
fair
Clary, Neil, Took.
That's,
There you go.
that's
my 5.
pretty much all you need, right?
That's pretty much everyone's 5.
Great question. Troy Powell said, how many premiums should we have? And the answer is, it doesn't really matter. So what matters more than how many you have is how many you hit. JP last year only had 9 premiums in his starting team. So, and obviously went a heavy mid-pricer strategy and it paid off. Not to say that every year is the same. Every year is slightly different. There is no right rule. What is more important to me is flexibility. So not getting locked into every single pick because that's your pick and that's what you really want. Facing the fact that if a pick is not succeeding, then you're happy to jump off and jump on the one that is very quickly and adjust your side to the right structure is way more important than how many premiums you start. So
100%.
I just don't agree with. I actually saw this posted somewhere. I can't even remember where I saw it, but someone said something along the lines of, if you don't have 11 or 12 premiums, you're not doing it right or whatever. Or and I said, how SuperCoach coach of you? Not that I hate SuperCoach coach. I just completely think that they are very old school guns and rookies strategy. Like what they know worked for a very long time. And it was very, very successful. And that's what they've been preaching for ages. But over the last few years, people have learned a lot more about SuperCoach and high-end SuperCoach play. And now they're more in tune with, okay, what does work? Well, pure guns and rookie strategies can work. You're still going to get somewhat in the top, few thousand or whatever, a decent result out of it. A combination, guns, rookies, and a few mid-prices seems to be the most popular strategy for the top 1,000 players. And then your super aggressive, hit it or quit it, is your mid-pricer strategy that seems to be winning lately because we've got more trades to be able to back up the strategy. So I just don't see that real push to just go all 13 premiums, which is insane. But you can do it. I mean, you can do 13
You can do it.
premiums
Like I've
this
played
year.
with my team and got it in.
Yeah.
Of that. And on that, shout out to Marcus and FB Donkey and that, because I think they have hung up the mics and that. So been fantastic, those boys, the SuperCoach coach boys, for a long time. So well done to them on their podcasting career. But yeah, right, because that's kind of the structures they've always sort of gone out there with. But yeah, we're like, you can fit 13. It makes your rest of your team look very thin in some of those rookie places. And we said, JP, Abdul, those sort of guys did not have that many primos last year. Like I think it might be 9 and 10 respectively. So I've got 12 at the moment, but I've probably sat at 11 for most of the and that's only because I've gone a little bit more guns and rookies now.
I've got 12 what I would consider premiums, but I mean a lot of my premiums are they're forward premiums.
I count Tom Green as a premium in that.
Yeah.
So that's 12 with Ridley and Tom Green.
I mean, I've got 4 forwards that are between 400 and 513k. I mean, I would all consider them premiums, but
yeah, well, that's it. Because because you count Goulden as a premium because we're expecting.
I'm counting Cunnington as a premium, so I'm not expecting him to.
Yeah, I hadn't been counting him as a premium when I was doing those counts, but I have had him in and going, okay, but I've got like 10 plus I've got Cunners and Setters and Hoppers and name it and stuff like that.
And when JP is saying he only had 9 premiums last year, what he's also saying is he also had Cripps at 450k and obviously Brody who ended up being a premium, Cornelio who ended up being a premium. So he had the right guys in the right spots. I think there was Hewitt as well, which was 400k. Like he started with Hewitt. He didn't start with Sicily, but got him in really early. So he got on the right premiums that were going to be premiums for the season very early in his journey. And I think that is the most important part. Yes, you still need to hit the guys that are going to get you running, but what's more important is making sure that the guys that you have that are going to be there for the whole season are the right guys to have for the start. So. All right. So secret source. I love this. Filter Champ said secret source is here. Sam Berry, the tackle machine. I don't think you can run Berry in standard. Unfortunately, I just don't see it. I love his price point though. I do love that he's like 478k, I think. But I do have a bet in a draft that I think he averages over 100 this year. So I think he does get just over 100. Obviously, he's a tackle machine. He led the league, I think, for tackles. Second was led. Someone correct me if that was wrong. He just needs. He's getting more opportunity. We've now got Matt Crouch again out. Sloan, he's not playing that. I thought he was going to come back and play some more inside role. Seems to be playing more wing and a little bit of chop out through that CBA. He's the number 2 midfielder there now. So, I do see him as a potential uptick. So, I actually really don't hate the pick, but he's just such an awkward price. And I don't want to bank on a guy to try, like, if you're picking him at that price, you want him to go 110 plus or approach that top 10, top 15 guys. I'm not sure he has the SuperCoach game that's going to take him there, personally. But I could be wrong. I do think he goes about 100 plus, though. So, yeah, somewhere between that 100 to 105 barrier is where I see him. Aloha said, are you still going Zeeble? Yes, I absolutely am. F6. I'm still, even F6. With Yo out, F6 Zeeble. Yep, you're welcome. And that's how I'm doing it, guys. That's how I'm winning the 50k. And so when I'm ranked,
it's kind of Zeeble, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Yeah. So I played with it. Oh.
It's sexy, right? And here's the great. Here's the greatest thing.
I think Grimo's with you too.
Oh, awesome.
Where I preferred Cunner's 5 of that when I was looking at it, but I've come to terms with I want Sheasel now on field. But I
don't mind Sheasel, but I just there's going to be weeks when he goes 50.
You know what? Yeah, that's my problem. But maybe it's just the fact that I can't ignore at the start of the season, and that's what's probably getting me. Like West Coast round 1.
West Coast are good, man. Like, okay, let's get this out of the way. West Coast are way better this year than they were last year. Way better. Now, how much by? I don't know. I mean, they had one of the lowest percentages in AFL football history at the bottom of the ladder last year. So I get it. But they're way better than they were last year. They've got a lot of cattle back, and they should be at least somewhat competitive to a North team that was the most uncompetitive preseason game that I've seen in a long, long time. I don't know how much North. Impact Haku can have early.
You know what?
I think West Coast win. I'm tipping West Coast this week.
I'm on the other way. I've picked North.
Oof.
I still don't rate West Coast. I don't see how they kick goals. That was my question with them last year. And their forward line's worse. We've got no forward line, mate. Got to kick goals to win games.
West Coast?
Yeah.
Yeah, they do. They've got Oscar Allen.
Forward line. That's literally it. Darling's out. No Kennedy anymore.
He's going to bag 10. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
He's going to have to bag 10.
No, we've seen guys like Gordon can pop up. Obviously, they've got a debut in Long. I don't know what his job security is like a little bit. I think that's probably one I'll try to avoid if I can. So obviously he's been named there.
That's always my big thing, mate. It's just like I look at teams like you've got to have a kick some unless you're Fremantle. I'm like, okay, we're going to win scoring 40 points against 30 or something like that. But that's my worry with him. Where I can actually see like North are a better team with
Yo out does hurt. Yo out does hurt, of course. Yep.
That's right. Yeah, like I know. Okay, yeah, they've got no Ben Mackay, but that's probably the one premium they can lose for this game for North.
10.
That's it. Like Oscar Allen literally have to kick like a massive bag for him to win this game. So Sheasel's got West Coast round 1, and they got and Sheasel's got Hawthorn round 3. But that's why I like the Cunnington pick because I think there's a good chance for some attacking play from North. And Zeeble I've cooled a little bit on because I feel like if they were playing Geelongs and Sydneys and whoever else in the start of the season, I'm thinking, okay, Zeeble's seeing so much ball. I think he's still going to take intercept marks and stuff with the games there, but it's just I think there's 2 games early on that North Melbourne could win, and does that affect the amount of ball that Zeeble's going to see? That's just my thinking on it.
Fair enough. All right, moving on. So Filter Champ also said, how about Yo up to Jeremy McGovern? Someone asked this on my YouTube video today, and I don't love it for the pure fact that the only reason why Jeremy McGovern was a half-decent pick at the start of last year is because they knew they were going to get absolutely flogged and their game plan was chip it around the back line and just try and hold the football and not get scored against, which inevitably failed. That's not normally right. He's too expensive to really do anything with. And I don't think he averages well enough. Like, Yo was playing like a mid-halfback split anyway. Like, definitely, I don't think him being out of the team is going to impact Jeremy McGovern positively, if that makes sense. So I don't really, and he'd be one he'd be one I'd want to pivot out of him.
I think I had him either 10 or 11 on the rankings for defenders this year.
Oh, really?
But then I don't rate West Coast. No,
Sorry,
I've been big on this for 2 years.
I forgot to put my lighting on.
I think they've got to start playing the kids because I don't think they're senior guys. Like, Gaff's cooked. I don't rate Sheed. There's guys at West Coast, and I think Nick Nat's spot is cooked too, and he's such a huge key. Nick Nat gets on the park for 15 games, it's a completely different story. But he holds so much of the key for West Coast, and I feel like he's absolutely cooked. And that's just my thinking on it. So I think then the ball goes down the West Coast defence more, and McGovern's even a better pick than what he kind of was last year. He's never done it before, but I could see a lot of these defenders, they have like one really good year and then they fall off the park and stuff. And I wouldn't be surprised if he does have a really good year, especially if Hearn was to get injured. And
I don't see it at all.
Then
I'd rather Witherden, and that's saying something. Joe from Centre Bounce just said Setterfield is the Joey. George Hewitt of Essendon.
Yes. Yes.
I love it. That's
111, baby. Get on. That'd be amazing. Setterfield, keeper.
Ben's in the chat, just smoking us, by the way. He said the Titanic has more hope of resurfacing than Chris avoiding evil. Thanks, mate. That makes me feel really good. Thoughts on Warple Nash? We went through that. Global says that he's missing Ben's cringy puns. Sorry about that, mate. This one's for Swizz. Harry said, was Cunnington dropped to help the defence after the Yo carnage between your last two team reveals? Oh, so you had...
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah. That was the only reason. So because I've had to bring Sicily in. I want Cunners in my side. But, thanks to Yo. The only thing is then if we talked about that. I don't like the other options because I already have Liam. If I didn't have Liam Jones in, it would have been Yoda Jones and Cunnington stays in. And that's then I've got to now start playing around my team to bring him back in if I want to.
Now, JD, I don't know if you're still here, mate, but we're finally up to your questions. JD said McRae and Warple or Setters and Steele. I don't know which way I'm going.
No. Lock that in.
So, I mean, here's my... and I've talked to JD on the midfield pod about this, is I don't see a progression upswing for McRae. He had 64% CBAs last year. That dropped in the preseason game to 59%. I don't think that's a true reflection of where he's going to sit during the year. But what I noticed with McRae is that he just goes up and down in spurts in terms of his CBA. So he might start the season a little bit shallow or start the season a little bit hot, but then he has a patch where he goes a little bit shallow and goes up and down and up and down. I think he probably averages 115. Steele... I think that the verdict on Steele for me is that whilst I don't really rate him as a huge, massive pick, he still has more upside because he's the number one mid. So his role is there to score. It's just whether or not his body's able to, it's whether or not he can recapture form. It's not about whether or not the role's there. And that's the thing with McRae. McRae, it's just role. So if Steele can recapture his form, then he could be way better than McRae as a pick. So just isolating those two, and then obviously Setters is leagues ahead of Warple in my opinion. So I don't even think that's a debate. Like I would have 4 other mid prices before I even considered Warple, and so obviously Hopper, Ash, Wangani Malera, and then I'd probably take Sheed ahead of Warple. Sheed's an interesting one because we haven't actually talked about Sheed, but I went really cold on him after being hot. I did this massive long study to actually prove that Sheed himself has a history of about, in 2021, an average over 13 games where he went 76% CBAs over that time, and he actually averaged 90. So he has previous average as a CBA midfielder, averaging 90, and I kind of thrown that out because I want more out of that pick. But there's every chance that Sheed comes out and still goes pretty well in the first couple of rounds, and I go, shit, I probably should have stuck with Sheed. So I'd rather Sheed than Warple. Absolutely.
Yep.
So
no problems with that. So you said McRae 115. I had McRae going 115 as well.
Yeah.
I got Steele doing the exact same. I think they're
okay. So you have them about So I think I had Steele at about 112 so a slight uptick, but not like a crazy.
Yeah, but I don't think 115 is crazy for Steele.
No, but I also think that So here's what I do think with Steele. I think that he's not going to be able to because from what I saw on the weekend, he's not there yet.
Yeah.
So that's my personal opinion. But that's not to say that he can't. It's not to say he's not going to be able to do it. Yeah. From what I saw, the eye test was bad. Like it was.
Yeah, I
bad.
thought it was too. I think he has to adjust his game.
Yeah.
That's what Anthony was saying the other day. He's playing a bit more outside and stuff like that. But I think he's still good enough with the amount of tackles and the pressure that he'll put on as well. 115 for these guys isn't a stretch, and that maybe it's a couple points more, but just because he's not sharing as many points in the midfield, say Cripps is with Hewitt and Walsh and that, if he had those guys around him, I'd probably have him at 110. Yeah. But because he's pretty well a lone ranger. Yeah, okay, Brad Crouch, but I think just because of that, there's an extra 2 or 3, 4 points for Steele each game. Yeah, so I can see the 115.
McRae's just cursed by Bevo. That's it. That's it. That's 100% it. Simple. McRae's playing for any other team. He's probably going 120, 125. He's getting 75% CVAs, and he's an absolute gun. But he's not going to be doing that. So I can't bank money on that. That's right. Moving on. So JT also said he's not ready to have his heart broken again by more Bombers. Fair enough. We had a couple of people commenting about Sard and Dale, which is obviously we went through them a little bit early. We don't actually mind that as an option.
Good.
Thoughts on Ed Kernow? No. That's a big fat no, Billy.
Do you know what?
I think he might even be the sub this week.
If you are in a deep draft and for whatever reason he's still on your waivers, go pick him up and put him on your bench.
Yep. Barnes said, Zeeble in with Yo Money. Yes, no. Yeah. If you can do that, let's go. Yeah, I'm absolutely on board for that.
Yeah.
All right, Jake. So I'm trying to speed up the process. We've been almost 2.5 hours now, so it's awesome. Well done. We will get through it all. Okay. Keep going down. I'm not too keen on centers. Blah, 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 blah. So Sakul _ said Laird and McLean or Steele and Flanders. Ooh, that's rough. That's rough.
For me, that's easy. That's Laird and McLean.
Yeah, because you like McLean. I don't know.
And
I
still rate Laird.
Well, let's put it to a numbers thing. What does Laird average? 125?
Yeah, 125.
McLean average. It's hard, isn't it?
60?
60, all right.
65.
I'll take it for now. So that's a 185 between the two players.
Yep.
What does Flanders average?
65.
Oh, that bad? Really? No. Surely not.
I just told you before, Rankin went 70 in the same role. Rankin's a better player than Flanders.
I don't know about that.
I'll give you 60. I'll give you 68.
I'll take it. I'll take any edge I can get. And then Steele, so you just said you're 115, right?
115.
So then you're saying, so I mean, it's so close.
Late night maths here.
Laird and McLean's 2 points ahead because you overrated McLean by 15 points. See what I did there? I think I think that outcome is
it's probably
you prefer Laird and McLean and I prefer Steele and Flanders.
Yeah, the other difference is I actually was thinking they probably average the same. The thing is you're getting Laird's captain scores.
That is true. That is a valid difference and a good point, and that is why you are on the show, mate. All right, you're not just a ring in anymore.
That's what I bring.
All right, on the podcast last night, you're like, oh yes, I mean Ben and Chris started it, and I was driving along and through.
Took it to the next level. That's right.
It was so funny too. You did a great job. Anyway, all right. Anyone got any thoughts of getting rid of Rosie or Bruin? Nope.
Definitely not Rosie.
Definitely not Rosie. Bruin maybe. If I could get a better player out of Bruin, then I would. I mean, if I could get up to Zeeble, if I could flip into setters, if I could flip into premium, and I would try and do that if I could. It also depends on your structure as to why you would do that. It's a lot. It's a lot. All right. Keep on going down. Sammy C's 123 says, thoughts on Petrarca as a primo option? He's got him at M3 at the moment, and he's half expecting him to be a 115, 120 average and go one better this year. I think that is a big fat no-no. Swizz, do you want to explain why?
He was a big fat no-no until he got blessed by me last night.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
It's changed the game completely.
Because you met him. Completely. I met him, and all of a sudden he's just
we shared a moment, and he was going to drop out of the midfield, and it was all going bad for him. It's given him 15 points, mate.
He's now met the sports person of the year, so he understands what it takes to be successful. I get it.
That's right. That's right. We shared, him being a Norm Smith guy, and me with my role.
It's the same. Norm Smith.
It's the same thing.
It's the same. It's something. I get it. You guys can talk in realms that other people couldn't. Totally get that.
And then Jack's like, I did win 3 Coleman medals and that. And I'm like, okay, you can jump in. You can jump in, bro.
Pipe down, Chachi. All right. That's brilliant. No, so Sammy. So sorry.
Okay, I'll answer it seriously. I'll answer it. So what is happening is Melbourne are trying to play more like Geelong and have more midfielders run through that midfield. So you got guys like your Pickett's, Brayshaws, and that. Even Brody Grundy will start sometimes in the guts. White Gorn does the ruck work, stuff like that. So CBA percentages are going to change, and more, especially for track, because we know how damaging he can be in the forward line as well. And we talked about like that Walsh role. I think that's what he can do. Run up from that half forward flank, still try to impact and that. But Petrarca is actually so good as a marking forward too that I can see him definitely doing that. So they're going to keep changing it up to ask questions of the opposition. So, if Track's one moment starting on, half full flank or the wing, and the next moment he's starting near the goal square and then back in the midfield and that, he's got the capabilities of doing that. He doesn't need to play full on guts, and that's going to make Melbourne a better team. Because then, the other options that they can still, and it's going to help like guys like Pickett develop as well.
Yeah, it's going to lower his average, but he's definitely going to have a lot more chance in that midfield. So
he's the one where I'm already penciling in, looking in mid-year. That is one of those M8 guys, because he's going to get to 5
round 6 or round 12. Yeah, we're looking at what his splits are like.
Yeah, splits, but not even, and even might not even splits. It might just be he's at a price where we just can't ignore. I think he did it last year or the year before. There was definitely I'm trying to think where he got to some ridiculous price, and it was just too hard to ignore not to put him in. So
yeah, it was like under 500k. It was like 4.
Yeah, it was definitely under 500k.
Yeah.
So,
now. Ben is doing this amazing thing and he's going and pinning questions, which are actually appearing on the question feed, which is fantastic for me. So I'm going to answer the top one here.
487 to answer that question.
Maybe he'll keep pinning questions that he really wants the answers to, which will be great. Thanks, Ben. So he said, looking for a Collingwood man to give his opinion on my Marshall Cameron ruck combo. Thoughts? This is from a fan called Declared. Cameron could be a forward lock later on, etc. So I'm going to answer this in 2 parts, and I'll throw to you, Swizz, because I know you've got a pretty strong opinion on the back end. So first and foremost, the Cameron issue is basically all back to Cox. I'm of the opinion that, yes, so there's 2 things. He averaged 97 as a ruckman last year, once Brody Grundy went down. So his average from round 7, I think it was, right to the end of the year was 97. Now, that's a little bit inflated because that first couple of weeks he had Aiden Begg as a combo, and then once and he was going like, I think he went like 130 or 120. Like he had some really big scores in those next couple of weeks. And then Cox came in, and then there's another stat that he averages less with Cox in the team than without. And so what we found last year that Collingwood were doing, which was really scary to me that I don't like, is that they would go in as basically 50-50 ruck combo, but then identify who was having the better of the other opponent. And then towards the end of the game, in like third and fourth quarter, sometimes Darcy Cameron was taking the majority ruck contest. Sometimes it was Cox, depending on who was getting one upped. And that is a huge red flag this year. Because if that is happening this year, there's now a potential that Darcy Cameron gets subbed. And I hate that as an option. I don't get me wrong, he's obviously a forward. He can go forward in that zone. And that's what he was doing last year. So either his score suffers or Cox means that he gets subbed off the ground. And that's just, if that happens, I'd be furious as an owner. So knowing that going into the season, I can't select him for me unless Cox isn't named round one. If Cox is not named, I will literally throw wits out faster than anything just so I can have Darcy Cameron, because I do believe that as a sole ruck, he's going to average well more than say a 97. I think he's got sort of a 105 average at least in him. And he's going to be a great option. The second part of that, Swizz, forward lock, Darcy Cameron. Tell me why he's not a forward lock, and I know you know why.
Because the good thing about him, he could have become our R3 F7 going forward. We've now got potentially Grundy and in particular Gawn, who we're expecting at some point to get that.
Yep.
And if they get that after round 6, that their potential average is much higher than Darcy Cameron in that same position. So yeah, his relevance becomes very little up against those two. And then we even threw the spanner in the works before about Marshall. If Tom Campbell was to play more ruck early on, he now falls further down the line as the best potential ruck forwards.
And adding to that, it's like, let's say something happens to Grundy or Gawn and they go down, and then you've got a ruck forward with a primary ruck at Melbourne. Wow. Like the output's insane. So his legitimacy as a pick, unfortunately, has gradually gone down and down and down. Like I was saying, lock. And I think we were all in the same boat. And then as the preseason's progressed, we've gone, well, this is an issue, and this is an issue, and this is an issue, and this is an issue. And maybe it's not as roses as we thought it was. The price is great. Outside of that, it's a lot of risk to carry in. So, I'm off the pick for now. And again, unless, Mason Cox isn't named, I don't think that happens. I think he is named. So they seem to be running that in the preseason. And even today in the presser with Craig McRae, he said, look, I think everyone knows what we're going to be rolling out with. Like, that's not any news or anything like that. So it's not going to be anything different. All right. So moving on. 100 people in the chat. Let's go. 111 we're up to at the moment. Hello, everybody. Welcome if you are just tuning in. And for the guys that are still staying with us, we got more to go. So, no wonder Ben didn't want to be on this pod. All right, here we go. Ryan A, what are some primo mid-pricer locks in our teams? Here's the thing with locks. Don't ever get fixated on a pick for just the sake of getting fixated on a pick. That's one lesson that I've learned the real hard way over the last few years, is that I get really sort of psycho-centered on a pick. Say, for example, Zeeble, right? I'm really hyper-fixated on starting Zeeble, but there's a lot of evidence to back that up. However, I'm not so egocentric this season that if a better option was to present itself, I wouldn't jump on that. So I just personally think that he's the best option. He also gives me outs. I wouldn't say if say, I just don't like any of the other mid-prices forward for me to change my opinion on that. Setters is an example, though. I don't think that I would be 100% locked into that pick if the structure didn't allow it to be. It was only this week that I actually put Setters in, because I had Josh Kelly as my M3, and that dropped out because I needed the cash after Shinkoda wasn't named. So the structure rearrange, and then I wasn't able to do that. I actually had Rat R2 over the week. So yeah, important to note. Things that are locks are kind of guys that, like, if you don't pick them, they're going to burn you. So guys like Hopper, I was picking not because I love Hopper so much that I think he's an amazing pick, because I think if you don't have him, he's one that could burn you. Yo is another one of that nature. The way if you don't have him, he could burn you. I think personally, Laird. I don't know about you on that, Swizz. I think that Laird is one that if you don't have, you're going to, every week goes past, and you're watching an Adelaide game, and you're going to be like, oh, really? I didn't pick that guy? I didn't pick the guy that tackles 12 times a game, gets 35 touches, like going around like it's nothing and no one cares about it. Like, I didn't get that guy.
Yeah, he's like, the one that, I know we should mid-prices. He was the one that first came to mind when you asked that question. So the two for me that made me think about that, I know he's not mid-prices as much, but Finn Callahan I've been absolutely huge on since Supercoach opened, and he is out of my side right now. And that for probably the first proper time. And it's, so as much as I'm really on him, and he could have been, like, I've been finding other ways to keep him in, that just because there's a couple of reasons for it, but he's come out. And the other one, last year, Brody Grundy was both our locks at R2. And we both moved on him to Darcy Cameron. I think that was us two, and Ben didn't jump when we did. And that absolutely paid wonders for us. So that was you, Chris, wasn't it? I know. Obviously, I did. You did. Yeah. Thought so. So there's a guy that we've mentally locked in as our R1, R2, whatever he was at the time. And we were happy to move him and not just go, okay, this guy's a lock. He can't move for no matter what. No, we went straight to DC. And then obviously paid wonders for us. So, you've got to be able to go, even for Laird, who's absolute lock, for whatever reason, there was some stupid role change. It's not going to happen at Adelaide with that, but maybe say the Bulldogs, Bont, for example, and then all of a sudden Beveridge is like, Caleb Daniel, you're playing ruck, Beveridge, you're playing, Bont, you're playing back pocket. Something ridiculous like that. Not going to happen, but all of a sudden it's like, yeah, okay, this guy's out of my team. Other people be like, oh my God, I can't move this guy because he's going to get back in the midfield. And that, no player is set and forget for me. And that things happen. You don't know what's going to happen. So
completely agree.
You've got to have an open mind.
Yep. Now, I just want to go through a couple more. Obviously, we've got 100 more. That I don't even know how many we've got, but we're going to keep going. Sam Gunson said, Fife and Tanner Bruin, or Goulden and Flanders. So my opinion on that is I'd rather Goulden and Flanders, because if you've got Fife and he doesn't fire, I'd want to be able to switch him to Tanner Bruin or vice versa. And I don't like the idea of having both of them and being locked into one of them. I suppose you do have the Flanders outside of that, but he's got to be firing for you to want to get onto him. So let's say you have Fife and Bruin, and then Flanders doesn't fire. You're probably going down to Sheasel. You're probably going down to Philippou. You're going down to another rookie on field, and then your structure's shit. Whereas if you go Goulden and Flanders, at least with Goulden, you've got so many options for transition out of the pick. Flanders, you still have the same boat as you are if you had Bruin or Fife. So to me, that doesn't make sense to go Fife and Tanner. What's your opinion there, Swizz?
Yeah, as much as I'm not a big fan on Flanders, Goulden was the one he was matched with, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. I just think Goulden's. Well, I said before, there's no no locks and whatever and like that, but I just like Goulden too much. I think his role didn't matter who you kind of nearly paired him with there. I was taking the option that had Goulden in it.
Nice. And declared put in there with the Cameron, so he's still obviously on with us. He said big ups, thanks for that explanation regarding Darcy Cameron. So that was good. All right, getting on to now. Ben's just trying to troll us in the chat. He said, ask Chris about Clarion 2020 and 2021. Yes, I know. I didn't start him in those years either. And yes, he burnt me. And forever I was trying to get him in the team and blah, blah. I started him last year though, didn't I? I'm pretty sure I did. Did I not? Yeah, I started Clary last year. It was.
Pretty sure you did.
I started Clary last year, and then I did, but it was the year before I didn't, and he completely burnt me. But last year I didn't start. I don't think anyone started Laird because he missed the first game, but I got him in super early. All good. Harry Luke said, is there a world where Setters earns 200k and we can straight swap him to a sub 600k in round 6?
100%. 100%.
Dude, I said this in a chat to Ben just to piss him off mainly, but like imagine if this did happen, right? Imagine. So round 1, Clary's got a 2-round average of 104 versus the Dogs. Setters outscores him, and I just I quit the pod right there, and that's it. I'm done. That's it forever. Like, can you imagine? Ben was not happy with that because then he actually was like, "Wow, that really could happen." That is a realm of possible outcomes in round 1. Now, I'm not saying that that's going to happen. I'm just saying that there's a chance that does happen, and if it does, I'm just going to ride the podcast hard next week. Like, enjoy that. Anyway, all good. All right. So Luke Parasot said, not picking him, but wouldn't be surprised if DeGoey averaged 105 to 110. I can't see. I've never been able to see him and someone in Collingwood's midfield do that. And we did touch on it a little bit earlier, but not me. Aloha says, is Radaglia at R3 okay? It's definitely okay. There's nothing wrong with it. I've floated with Radaglia at R3. My biggest issue really is that Madden's really the only decent loophole option for week 1, round 1. Like if you want to VC anyone this week, like anyone decent, you kind of have to go Madden. Like there's no one else. Swizz, have you looked at any other loophole options and like ways you can do it? Because when I looked, I was like, well, you can't do Sin because Dunkley plays against the Port, so there goes that idea out the window. You can't do Drury because they play early. You can't do Shinkoda because they play the first game, so that's out. Like, who else are you loopholing if that's the case? There was a chance you could do, say, Alwyn Davey, but obviously now he's named, so that's out the window. There really isn't a way to loophole, unless, of course, you're just not even planning a loophole, in which case, whatever. But I like the idea of Rat I've got him at now F7, so bench Rat, that's fine. I'm totally okay with that. And if he ends up pumping out, like, out of nowhere, 70s, 80s, then hell, I'll put him on field, reshuffle my guys around. I'm sure another rookie somewhere is scoring shit. And with the flexibility, you should be able to rearrange your team to be able to do that. So, yeah, definitely something to think about.
Yeah, not if you want or able, is what we were talking about, cover your ruck mid and forward. And Madden not only does the best VCC option because how many late games he's got, but I think I've worked it out, rounds 1 to 6 and round 8. I think Madden can loophole McLean, Philippou, and Green. Correct me if I'm wrong with that. Maybe Shees was involved in that as well. But he can actually be... so if you've got Radaglia sitting at R3, and for whatever reason you think he's not actually scoring, yeah, you get 2 bites at the cherry for your F6 if you're running Sheasel at F5. So I've got a little bit more confidence now with that, if McLean's named and everything, because it's like, okay, I can I think it's McLean that plays first, put the emergency on him this week. If he fails against Melbourne, I've got Fergus Green as the backup, or at least, and they both might fail, but at least I've had 2 cracks at it. I think the same thing is, round 2, for example, just using that example, because the Giants play the last game. So once again, it could be Philippou or McLean into Fergus Green again. So, Madden actually opens up 2 different type of loopholes for us.
Now, moving on to the next question, statement, which I will read out. And so we're going to react to this live. So Luke Parasot said that Bose is out. Apparently, Mitch Cleary said, likely out, which is a big red flag. So we may have to reconsider. I suppose we won't know until tomorrow night. But there's a rolling lockout, so you don't necessarily have to have your selections in. I don't think there's any Richmond or Blues guys that you're looking at there. But just be careful with the guys that you're moving around, that it doesn't include anyone that's already locked out, of course. That's a bit annoying. So now I've got to go back to the drawing board. Mason Tritton said, Nelson Moody. Nelson Moody said, "Who should we VC and see?" Just quick
Yeah, that's
one.
the one I answered before.
Oh
And
yeah,
that
okay.
Nelson's
Cool.
a good bloke. And that known him
Yeah,
for a
excellent.
while.
Yeah. What's your thoughts on Quaynor for Yo? I don't like it. There's a world where there is a Quaynor breakout, but not in the role he currently plays for Collingwood. I think he's more talented and has an SC potential, but they need him to play lockdown defender. Like that's the only role that they can have for him, because you've got Noble, who can't do that. Like, he's not a defensive player. Obviously, Maynard plays a little bit all over the shop. He can play midfield, but he plays sort of that third defensive tall. Jeremy Howe, of course, isn't going to play lockdown small when he's basically been playing key defender. Billy Frampton's obviously a bit key defender. Like, they just don't have a lockdown small other than Quaynor that is any good at doing that role. He's one of the most important players in the Collingwood defence line. So, yeah, I can't imagine that being an uptick of scoring. I know he's super fit, but that doesn't necessarily result in anything, unfortunately. So Ben just pinned a new one on the
I just
chat
saw
there.
it, yeah.
Yeah, so said, if this video goes until 1 a.m., will you do a team reveal live?
Yeah, because 12:30, my other half was like, what are you still doing up?
Sorry, buddy. I mean, you can leave at any
good.
time, by the way. It's only 11:20 here, so...
I love it. I'm going to skip forward. I know I'd rather you keep in order, but
That's all right.
Grimo has sent us
Oh,
in
Grimo's in the chat. Love it.
of that. What are your thoughts on forgoing Tom Green in favour of a big primo such as Bont or Neil?
Oh.
Well, we all know we've got Bont, so I think take Bont out of the discussion, because I just think everyone should have Bont. But Neil versus Green is an interesting discussion.
It is. Or Neil versus Kelly. I think that has equal merit as well.
It does. Yeah, it does. But I think Tom Green...
Sorry, Green versus Kelly. Sorry, I should have said.
Yeah, but that's 50k, where Neil's actually 150k difference.
I think it all comes back to what you think Green averages.
Yeah.
So what's your personal take on Green?
I think he potentially can become top 10 keeper. Sneak in.
And that's what I think as well. So if you had to put a number on it, what do you think right now?
It's like, well, because I had the boys just out at 115. So I must be thinking then 117.
For Tom Green.
Yeah.
I like it. That's high. I had it at 115 as well.
Yeah.
Now,
well,
I see
my basis
Neil,
on was I can't sit there and say he's 115 and say McRae and Steele are just out of the top 10 or around that top 10.
Yeah.
I think I had them. No, I would have had both in top 10. So, yeah, I think maybe even if we said 115 and we say they're all coming together, because I think that was like 8, 9, and 10 for me. Something like that. So, about that.
I think let's say 112 to 115 is probably the range. Let's say a little bit low. What do you think Neil goes? I had him listed at 119, I think. So I think that's a 3-point regression on last year with Dunkley coming in. So is it worth 140k for an extra 6 points per game, or 5 to 8 points per game? Probably not. You can probably spend that 140k elsewhere and get a further 4 points per game average. That's what I'm thinking about that pick.
140k is
it's
Philippou to Fife.
Yes, that's huge. And so this is why I bring up Kelly. Because if you go into Kelly, well, what do you think Kelly's averaging? Because I've got Kelly at about 116, 117. So
I've got Kelly a little less. Yeah, that's where I've got Kelly 110, 112.
Okay, well, if that's the case, there's no point. But if you see Kelly going, higher than Green, 4 or 5 points per game higher for only 50k, then it becomes a worth it discussion. If it's not worth it though at the Neil point, if you're only getting say an 8-point maximum swing, but that's going to come back to what you personally think that player is going to do. Like, he could think that Tom Green's only going to go 105, in which case, yeah, absolutely, that's a valuable thing to do. So you've got to. I would just put them down on paper and see what the see what happens. Global just said we are totally the goats, which I wouldn't say that. I would say there's other people that have been there before us, and we're right on their coattails. Thank you very much. Okay. Is the hype for Goulden justified? That's an interesting question.
Good question.
Probably not. However, the fact that everybody has jumped on, it just means you've got a free hit. Like if he was a 4% pick, like that's a real risky 4% pick. There's so many unknowns about Goulden. What's his mid splits like? It's going to be more than 10. What is it less than? He had 50 and 70% 70% CBAs in over 2 rounds. He's not getting that. What does he need to average a lot? Well, we don't have any data on that. What we know is that he's obviously a very good user. He's got a SuperCoach game, which is amazing, but he may not have the role. So we can only really estimate. The fact that everyone else has just jumped in and gone, yep, well, I'm going to get on that pick too. I'm going to get on that pick too. It's literally a free hit at a really great SuperCoach player. So, no, yeah, I think it's kind of, oh, well, we'll just jump on, enjoy the ride. And if not, then trade him out. Like, whatever. Doesn't really matter. Any thoughts on that, Swizz?
Yeah, I think you covered that one.
Excellent. Do you guys feel Neil is a solid pick to start in your squad?
Yep.
He's solid enough. Yeah, absolutely. I had him in my team a couple of weeks ago. He's not, if he might, I don't think he goes up, but his regression's only going to be slight. He's going to be around about 115 to 120. No issue to be a top premium. Like, if you've got the money, is he better than, I actually put him over Oliver. I'd have Neil before Oliver. Even if I had the extra money, I'd 100% do that. So
I was considering that to start off with, if that's the way I was going to go.
Darcy Lowther says, am I crazy not starting Laird and Oliver? Or Laird
You've got
or
to start
Oliver?
one, and there's the one.
Yeah. I think there's merit in not starting either and going that super value approach. There is merit in it. But I think when you've got such a clear option with such a lack of... Like, if there was any evidence to support the fact that Laird would be diminishing in role or Adelaide were getting worse or whatever it may be, I would argue, okay, yeah, mate, that makes sense. But there's not been a single piece of evidence to suggest that Laird is going to be less of a player than he was last year. And then he came out in the preseason. In the preseason, runs out and has 10 tackles and scores up, 156 or something stupid. Like, why? Like, only Laird would ever care about a preseason game that much to lay 10 tackles. Like, he must be looking at like some like unknown stat about tackles in a preseason game and went, I'm going for that. Like,
it's funny.
crazy.
You know what? I talked to Heater about that sort of stuff last night, and we're talking about like Robbo's top 50 and stuff like that. Robbo is exactly what you would think he is like too, and that for those people who are wondering, and that absolute slob. But yeah, we were talking about that. He's like, you get guys like Swanee, they get their phones back first off, checking their stats, checking their fantasy points. There's players in the room who could not care about talking footy and thinking footy, and then you get other players who are just obsolete. So he goes, you'll be running laps, and the top 50 comes out. He goes, you don't care about the top 10, 20. That's expected. But he goes, people to then talk, all the players talk about 30 to 50. Why is that player in there? Why do they leave that player out and that? And it's interesting that they kind of have the discussions around that as well. Very interesting to get into a footballer's mind about that sort of stuff.
I love that. That's awesome. You just don't realize it, right?
No.
Now, huge erection. Said, it's huge erection, and I respect that name. Said, who are your 4 top defender options? We had our... That is an interesting question because it's not top averaging, right? It's just who's your best options. So I think Doherty and Ridley are the best options in my opinion. I'd probably go Dawson as a 3rd and Sicily as a 4th, and you might flip those last 2 if you wanted to. I think that's pretty obvious. All good. And that's big
because I love Dawson.
Yeah,
I've had Dawson a lot of it. But Sicily's just slightly gone ahead. But
yeah, and especially with the tag risk. Yeah. Ra McGrath said, "You guys have made me rethink my entire team."
That's great.
Nice.
What do you got? 12, 8. What is that? 19 hours? Yes, 19 hours to the first bounce.
SPO3 says, for draft, would you prefer Zeeble or Flanders? I think it's a clear Zeeble. Oh,
Zeeble,
keeper league.
unless it's a keeper
Keeper league.
Flanders, 100%.
If it's keeper, Flanders, way more.
Okay.
Yep.
Yep.
Ben's obviously, I think Ben's going to bed. So night, buddy.
Hey, there's a question for the people who are still listening in the chat. You can answer this one. Keeper league. We had this discussion the other day. Jordan De Goey or Lockie Ash?
I will. I would no, you asked me this, didn't you? I said I'd take to go.
After a lot of thought.
Yeah, but the reason for that is there's heaps of the defenders averaging 90. There's heaps of them. Like you pick them up anywhere. There's not very many forwards.
The flip side is De Goey, we're expecting it forward at some point, but is still not a forward. De Goey is 26, so he still has some years left. Ash is only 21, so you do have the extra 5 years on that. So,
well, yeah, and what do we see from Ash?
The people who I've asked this have gone really deep in thought on this one because there is no right or wrong answer. It's just the question that's been thrown around a few group chats that I've put, and interesting to hear people's opinions on that. So if I offered you that trade and let's say you've got De Goey and I'm offering you Ash, do you do it?
Yeah, I'd probably take De Goey. I mean, that's just my personal opinion.
I'm just interested to see what our people think.
Yeah. So we've so Luke Parris.
To answer that, I wanted to go.
Yeah, asked some questions we've probably answered before. So thoughts on Callaghan? He said in regards to Warple, which is a good point. Collingwood just leak midfield points. They just literally let anyone run through them, and that is 100% true, especially midfielders. Same reason why same as Richmond before them, obviously.
Yep.
That is just what it is.
It is a fair point.
Aloha says, okay, to have McKenzie on bench or if having multiple mid prices. I think you've got to balance that. I don't like the idea of the expensive rookie on the bench. Even Phillips, I'm not necessarily 100% sold on, but I understand it. I think you currently have Phillips on the bench.
He's coming to the field now because Finn came out to do that.
Yeah.
In my team reveal, I do have it, but I've made that up, literally made it as we've been chatting on that. So, yeah.
Joe from Centrebound said, a team without community is not a real team. I respect that.
That's cool.
That's cool. All right. Keep going through. So Luke again said, I like the SC Oddfather or Skodfather, but low-key starting to find his catchphrase annoying. That's not low-key at all. I think everybody's feeling very much the same.
I haven't asked the great
we
man what he
love
was going
Abdul,
tomorrow
but
night.
yeah, that calm it down is...
I'll have to see if he's going to the G tomorrow night.
Right? Joe B said, is Chris's team name the Albino Hedgehogs? Thanks, mate. This grey hair over here, mate, it comes through.
I'm actually going to hairdressers tomorrow before the game.
I've been grey since I was 16.
Yeah, so, mate, I'm about, I think, 2020. Well, I don't really know because I used to tip and dye my hair back when I was about 18 anyway. And then, yeah, I feel like about 21, 22. Me and you, exact same.
Yep. So Luke again said Carmichael could potentially be that guy that comes in for
Lipinski.
Why don't I? Yeah, which is true. Centerbound said, I came on stream and started hearing stuff. Half of my structure isn't any good anymore. Better go back to the drawing board and stop the upload.
Yes. Live pod, Centerbounds. Let's do it.
Right?
3 a.m.
All right. Now I think quite a bit of this chat is not asking questions; they're just chatting. So I'm trying.
Yeah, that's cool.
Which is fine because we need to get through all this stuff.
Get around each other.
Yeah, get around it. I like it. All right. Royal Blue said, "Is there one player each of you are looking to upgrade your rookies mid prices into?" You included Ben. So I absolutely. I have an upgrade plan loosely based around my defense, mainly because obviously we're all starting with pretty much 3 rookie defenders. So that's going to be my primary concern. So like we initially said, we look at Stewart with the tag potential in round 4 and round 6. So we're looking at upgrading round 7, round 8. Dawson has a potential tag in round 6 also. So you want to try and pick them up around that time. Now, round 5, you can sometimes start upgrading depending on what rookies you got, what your break-evens are, all that sort of stuff. But generally, round 6 is the start of upgrade season. I want to evaluate Clary by then. Like I'm considering Clary at that point, at round 6, if I've got the right cash and the right players to be able to go into Clary. I also want to evaluate his role and see if he's even going to be worth it. So you've got to try and get the big guys that are going to get big numbers as quickly and as early as possible to be able to set yourself aside. Don't get me wrong, there'll be value players that pop up, and that's fine. You need to jump on them as well if you can when you do it. But you need to get on the guys that are going to make you the most points. The earlier, the better. So if you can, try and plan that out. Try and jump on value where it's possible, but it's unlikely that you get a real great value shout of a top liner, unless it's, say, something like a Himmelberg, because Cabin comes in, Himmelberg's dropped 250k, and now we're all on Himmelberg again, which I'm actually thinking might happen.
You know it's happening.
Yeah,
you know
exactly
it's
right.
happening. I was just about to
switching
say
with
that.
Evil?
I'm like, because I've got the 3, it'll be Jinby or Liam Jones, one of them to Stewart, that sort of round 7 period.
Yeah.
That gives me 4, but I feel like the defenders, there's always somebody that you can pick off at some point.
Yep.
And that, so that I'll want 1. I don't know if I go and chase Dawson as quickly as I'd want to, but as long as I've got Stewart or one of them comes in around that, and then I've got 4 set, and then I think I can get away with a couple of rookies until I find somebody who's come out of the blue from the defence. We'll already have the 4 in the forward line, so I'm not stressed too much about that. Potentially will be one of the guys that gets dual position. I'll look for that one. And then, but for me, outside of obviously Ashcroft, probably we'll able to sit in there M7, M8 for a while. It's just all about trying to get those midfielders in.
Unbeknownst to us, while this was all happening, Ben's gone and offered up a league code. He's called the league Setter Goat League. And then Galaxy Wolf has jumped in and said, setters and forgetters.
What's the number? I've got 1 spot left.
Oh, there's no way.
Let's see if it's full.
We're not going to be able to get in. 944065.
And
944065.
65. Let's see if I can get into the city. League is full. Hold on. I've got 1 spot, people. I've got actually 1 spot. I kept 1 spot free just in case. So feel free, hit me up.
Nice. All right.
I think I'm in more draft leagues than classic leagues right now.
Nice. Josh said, are you comfortable with Sheasel on field, and who is the best pick out of Zeeble, Fife, and Nazire, which is NWM? So I'm betting against Sheasel, but I don't necessarily. If they're of the rookies forwards, he's easily the best in my opinion. I just am really betting against him. I'm hoping that he doesn't go behind the football at all, and that they have that covered. I'm hoping that Hall plays this week. Hall playing this week would really make my life a lot better, because that means that there really isn't space for someone like a Sheasel to go behind the footy, because he showed that he could rack the pill back there and demand the football. Didn't use it too well, but that's not to say, any possessions back there is a possession less for Zeeble, who I believe is the best out of those options also there. Only because of obviously previous scoring history in the same role. I also like that Fife is a forward. So I can keep, if he goes 95 plus, he's either A, a keeper in the forward line, or B, could be F6, D8, or D7, loop back in the back of the end of the season. There's a lot of options you can do with it. Then I would go, I don't know, if you had to just choose one between Fife and Wangani Malira, who would you go with?
Fife.
Yeah, you would go with Fife, yeah. I think the unknown of Wangani Malira is probably what I would go, I don't know if I love that. I'd still have him over Warple. I don't know if I'd have him over Fife, because you know what Fife is going to be able to produce. So,
the interesting thing with all that, talking about Sheasel being like, 199. So only 100k to get up to Fife, maybe 110 or something like that. Like, there is potential that I can find that. Just thinking about that, like, I could fade Sheasel against everybody out, if depending on, as you said, who's named in that north side. Like, I liked the round 1, round 3 games that Sheasel could have and definitely kick off. But the fact that he's already at 200k means he has to actually score really premium numbers as a rookie.
Yep.
And yeah, it's not that difficult for me, I think, to find the 100k to get him to Fife. That might be something when I wake up in the morning. Actually, yeah. What's my day tomorrow? I think I've got to get up soon. Go to pickleball with the mother-in-law, and then I'll go to the hairdressers before I go to the footy. I might be sitting at the hairdressers while the barber, whatever, getting my hair cut, and be trying to find 100k in my side to get shoes.
It's a
off the
great.
life.
You have one of those capes with the
That's right, and I do, and I
Yeah.
sit on my phone while I usually get my hair dyed and stuff like that because there's no vanity here at all.
I do
and,
as well.
and so I'll
That's-
be there for an hour.
That's
and
why I chose
I'm-
Eliza. She's obviously
That's
able
why.
to do my hair on a regular basis. But I got it cut yesterday, but haven't had time to get it dyed because
Yeah,
I'm just producing content for the for the
that's
masses.
right. So while I'm getting that's why I've got the hat on today. No, I'm actually sponsoring the SuperCoach boys and stuff like
love
that, but
So
sharing
good.
the love. But
I should.
yeah, you know
Where's my
what?
Lakers hat? I have
That's
it
my
around here
mission
somewhere.
tomorrow. That's my mission. Get Shees all out and put Fife in my team.
Nice. All right. So we had a question about Whitfield. So Andrew Camilleri said getting sucked into Whitfield at the last minute help. I don't hate it.
I'm not helping. That's good. I like it.
I've had him in my team this
Yeah, same.
preseason.
Yeah.
It's not a hate thing. It's more like, okay, so what else could you do with 472k? Which is where I was stuck at. There was a part of my preseason where I was looking at all of the guys I wanted in my team, and then I'm going, well, last year what worked? And then I was like, well, Sicily, Hewitt, and Cripps. If you had them three, you were pretty much guaranteed top 1,000. If you started with those guys, you were going well. And I'm like, well, who were those picks this year? And then I looked at Whitfield at 470k, and I went, if he pays out, like, that's a big win. But then when, like, initially in that first half of that game, I was like, Whitfield's a GOAT. He's going to be awesome. Like, this is a great pick. And then as the game progressed and Ash and Cumming took over that back line,
Yep.
I went, oh, maybe that's not the right tact. Maybe him being the only real distributor back there it was kick it to Whitfield and then see what he can
It
do.
was.
That's now no longer the thing. We've got 3 different really great kicks in our back line. We're going to use all of them, and it's now a Freo approach that limits
Yeah.
his overall average, and that's where I've got to in now. So do I think he's a bad pick? No. What do I think he averages? Maybe 95. I don't think he goes 105, 110 like I was hoping that he would and really differentiate my team early. I think it's different. So, yeah. All right. Thoughts on Zeebel's role when Hall comes back, SPE03. So I think it only improves. So they wax off each other more than I think anyone in the entire league.
So
It's
what
ridiculous.
happens is Zeeble takes the intercept mark, handballs the Hall. Hall does his little run for 10 metres.
Realizes he can't do anything with the ball.
Butchers either gives it back to Zeeble or butchers the ball. Ball gets picked up by opposition, kicks it back in. Zeeble takes the intercept mark.
And we rinse and repeat. It's great.
Reset
the
and
great.
do it again.
It's that.
Or in the same play, Hall will call for the ball 3 or 4 times out of position
Yeah.
and usually just give it back to Zeeble anyway. It's amazing when they're on fire and waxing with each other.
Yeah. So the one thing that's sort of unknown is what happens with kickouts, I guess. That what happened when they were all in there was Zeeble would be the primary kick taker, Hall was second, and then like McDonald was like not even thought about as a kick out taker. And right now it's 50-50 McDonald and Zeeble. So I'm not sure what Hall does to the kickouts. I really hope Zeeble isn't affected by that. If he is, trade out, because I don't think he averages anywhere near sort of that 90 range without kickouts, unfortunately. So that's an important consideration. It's something we need to monitor. One thing I've said it repeatedly is that Hall is one kick out away from tearing his hamstring off the bone again. We saw that last year. He literally took a kick out, ran out of the centre square, booted the ball 55 metres, bang, tears his hamstring. Now, and so why would you have him on long? Like he can't.
He was
take
on
long kicks
64
like
at half time too.
that. I know. So yeah, nah. Jacob Langley, Horn, Francis, or Bruin?
I'm going to actually go JHF on this.
You would. You're a JHF
I would.
lover.
I would.
Flogger-meter
yeah.
to the max. He's your
Oh,
best
and this-
friend. Did you meet him?
this-
Did you meet him last night?
That was the one I was before saying the flog meter, and that, and people won't pick him because he's a flog.
Yeah.
I think he's actually undervalued just because of that. He genuinely is. It's just that people like the guy's a genuine flog, and plays for
Sorry.
Port Adelaide.
Sorry, I just read the future comment. We're so far behind the chat. Someone said something about Hall, and then Ben said, Hall isn't playing. He's about to star in a remake of the movie Troy, lead actor. Achilles.
Oh, Ben. Ben.
That's great. I wish he was awake so that I could enjoy that with him. That was really good. Oh, fair enough. Darcy Lowther says Ridley or Dale. Ridley. I think Ridley by a fair margin, to be honest.
It's not a fair margin, but it's still a margin.
Oh, it's not fair, to be fair. It's not fair to be fair. Oh, Ridley by a fair margin as a pick because he's also, like 50k cheaper?
50k cheaper, 60k cheaper. Yep. Yes.
Yeah. In terms of output, they might go similar. I do have Ridley averaging more. So
Slightly more.
Yep. Harry Luke, is there a difference between the last two names and two first names? Wait, difference between two last names and two first names asking for a mate?
Yes. That's a great question. You never trust somebody with two first names. Like that. But I think
two last names, does that mean you
Oh.
can really trust
They're
them?
fantastic. They're brilliant.
great blokes.
Brilliant people. Get around them.
I like it.
Yeah.
Oh wow! Now the chat's gone a little bit off topic here.
But then
Jason
I guess,
Hines. Sorry, you go.
I was going to say a lot of Russians I think have two last names and that. So.
Can't pronounce them anyway. It says thoughts on Merritt and thoughts on Setterfield. So I don't think you can start Merritt because I think he gets tagged this week. I think he straight up gets the Finn McGuinness tag, and I don't know why you would run that gauntlet personally. We've already touched on Setterfield. If you do want to go back to, we've covered a lot of Setterfield over this podcast. He also asked about Sam Berry as a pod. We also slightly went about Sam Berry. Personally, I've made a bet saying I think he's going to average 100, but I don't think he's much more than that. Tips for the weekends. Oh, wow. Okay. I did do this earlier, so we'll quickly run through. So for me, what is here? I do have, yoga is going to be slightly different. I've got Carlton, Geelong. Sorry. Excuse me, mate.
Oh. What's you? Okay, I'll do mine while you're sneezing around
while
there.
I recover. Yep.
as you try to recover. So I have Richmond by about 3 goals. Which
we get it.
It was interesting discussion last night about that because I think Richmond about 80% picked. And a lot of the people can't believe how high that is. But yeah, so I got Richmond.
There's a lot of Richmond fans, mate.
A lot of Richmond fans, exactly. And the Carlton supporters were too busy breaking into the Carlton shop last night. The Cats to beat the Pies. I've got North Melbourne against West Coast. I've got the Lions beating Port. Melbourne beating the Doggies. Swans to absolutely spank the Suns. I'm actually picking the Crows versus the Giants. I've got the Bombers against the Hawks. And I'm picking Freo against St Kilda.
Okay, so I am going with Carlton, Geelong, Eagles, Lions, Demons, Sydney, Giants, Essendon, and Freo. So I
It's
suppose
actually a tough little tipping round to kick us off.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of I think the Giants, even though they've lost 2 midfielders, are a lot better. Their list is actually a little bit more balanced now, to be honest. I think that they've still got a lot of scope. I think the Eagles are better. I mean, maybe I'd reevaluate that without Yo. I'll have to look at the lineups when they come out. I think Freo kind of walk over the top of Saints, unfortunately. And I think Geelong do win, but I think it's close again. I don't think it's a whitewash. So it could flip the other way. But, that's how we view our tips. We finally caught up to when Dr. Supercoach is in the chat. So that would have been, I think Chizo runs the YouTube account. So shout out to Chizo if you are still there, mate. We love you. I'm still looking to come to North Queensland, and I will be. I'll let you know when that happens. All right. Meadow9 says Callaghan crap wing roll. Jared Berry scored crap on the wing early last season. Yeah, I hate the wing roll. I hate the wing roll for midfielders. And then Adam Kingsley came out and said, "Oh no, we want to get him played in some inside mid as well." And I was like, "Well, I didn't see that." And kind of changed my thinking process on it. I don't know where I sit on Callaghan, and for that reason, Callahan, and for that reason, I'm not picking him, and then just maybe getting, I would love to be able to go, and this could happen this week, if Cam McKenzie's not picked, I would go McKenzie straight to Callahan. That's what I would do. And I could grab the money from Radaglia at F7. That's what I'd like to do. So it's kind of my out there. Okay. Royal Blue said there's a Supercoach multiverse occurring.
Do you want me to actually add to that,
Yeah,
Callahan?
absolutely. Go for it.
And that, only because we've got listeners. So I wasn't going to actually share this and that, but just because we've got some dedicated listeners here at 1 a.m. in the morning with us.
Yes, right.
Inside word, his foot is actually a bit worse than what we think.
That's it. I was hoping everyone would jump on. No. Yeah, so we won't reveal the source, I should probably say.
No, but there is word that because he did have the foot injury through December, and it's not. So that's why he was in my team. He was actually going to come out tomorrow. I was going to sort of maybe do it last minute, but yeah, that's just an inside. It may be a little bit worse and could be potentially rested. If it flares up a bit worse, you'll see him definitely miss a game, get rested. So he's coming out of my side.
All right. Miller or Oliver captain? If I had to choose, I'd choose Took. Actually.
But Clary's playing Bulldogs.
Just trade Oliver to Laird and everything's better.
Neither.
Yeah,
because
I don't like
Took's
either
playing
option.
Sydney coming off a hammy. Neither.
Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like either. Change that. Thoughts on Coleman from Brisbane as a breakout? Hate it until Richie's gone. Richie's gone, then he gets majority kickouts. He's the designated kicker out of that defence, and you can jump on him. But until Richie's gone, and looks like he's not going anywhere at the moment, we'll keep that there. Galaxy Wolf said Josh Dacos will be a top 15 mid this year. Well, not for Supercoach he won't, but in terms
top
of
15 at Collingwood.
He's a fantastic winger. He's an absolute brilliant player for us. But in terms of we always talk about the mids, like midfield award and the Brownlow and blah blah blah. That's because most of those guys are inside mids. Wingers don't get any recognition at all. So I can't see that changing, unfortunately. Thoughts on McGrath? Don't like him or Redmond, but I think that they average 85, 90. Of what we saw last week is that they playing off the back of the stoppage, so they are coming back obviously into defence as half-back flankers, but they will push up to the stoppages to be that extra number. That role typically doesn't score very well for Supercoach because either a lot of the time the ball's going over your head and you're not having a chance to intercept or be part of a rebound chain. So also means you're not close to the goals when someone scores. So if they score a point, then you don't get the kick out, which I think is also part of the reason why I'm on Ridley, because he's playing that deepest defender. Okay. SDS said, I've just recorded 3 vids and you guys are still live. Love it. Thanks, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Travis Bowen. Any good ideas on Pod Rucks? He's got. He's looking at Jackson and Meek. Could be costly or could be a win. Hate any non-number 1 ruck, unfortunately for me. And the rucks are hard enough as it is, let alone trying to pick a breakout. Neither of those guys are going to be, doesn't look like overthrowing the number 1 ruck mantle at this stage. So it's got to be something you see before you do, in my opinion. Jump in anytime you want, by the way, Swizz, if you've got questions you want to jump in with.
I had actually people direct messaging me questions.
Oh, okay.
Put on the chat, but yeah, no problems.
It's all good.
All
do you
good.
want to load into them?
No, that's all right. That's Yo stuff. What if I do this versus this? Yeah. Individual questions.
All good.
That's fine. I'm here for the fans.
Joe from the centre bound said, you've convinced me to add 5 Swizz, so well done.
Yeah, I know, mate. I like, and that's the question. 5 for Sheezel. I'm happy to run that gauntlet if I move this money around. That's gonna be fun. I'm gonna have fun today, moving stuff around. I was gonna say tomorrow, but yeah. God,
apparently, Big J's comments are getting muted. By the way, I'm not sure what that was.
What the hell?
Okay. Pete Stubbs said 3 defender premiums or 4 mid premiums. Which one is the go? It depends on what you're structured around it, really. So if you've got only 2 defender premiums, what are your other 4 there that you're running in defence? I think there's more available options than the midfield. The midfield's got only the 3 rookies really that are on-fieldable, and then a plethora of mid-pricer. So if you don't like that mid-pricer structure or having more than 1 mid-pricer, then you kind of have to go for premiums anyway. So Yeah. Alrighty. Sam Carey said he's having both Warple and Callahan good or bad. I'm gonna. Do you want to answer this one?
Yeah, well, yeah, it's a no. And rewind what I just said about Finn Callahan. Now, a little very bonus thing,
And then
unfortunately.
add in a.
And Warple. No thanks.
Where I think all of us at Supercoach Insider
Go to
are
another
very
pod if you
against,
want a positive.
Yeah, we're all super against Warple to the point where if he has a good score this week, we'll probably sledge him for being shit anyway.
That's right. Yeah.
Well, I'll pick apart the handball that cost them 3 goals. The fact that he might get dropped next week because of it. You know what I mean? Like, that is one I'm probably really super biased against, unfortunately. All right. So Luke Parasot said he used to be the biggest guns and rookie snob, and that is absolutely true. I used to be the same. So it's just we've had to evolve. Yeah, Supercoach has changed. It's now with the boosts and with the trades available, it's completely changed the way that you play the game. We also got to remember now we have 4 buy rounds, so 4 opportunities to spend 3 trade boosts. So you actually get like an extra trade boost for no reason. It's great. Why wouldn't you?
Well, and this is the thing, like we all talk the guns and rookies approach back, but back when we had 20 traits, the other thing we used to have, we had about 3 or 4 years there where, Gold Coast came in, then GWS came in, and then we had the Essendon supplements saga. So there was at least 3 to 4 years there where we had an absolute plethora of rookies and that because, the new franchise teams and even a couple of the senior guys they had in were, so cheap to put in. So I think it was 2010 through to about 13 or 14. And then even when, as I said, the Essendon supplements when they had to bring those guys in. So, we're very guns and rookies structure, and we didn't have as many trades to play with, but those guys were making so much cash. But now, as you said, like 35, 36 trades, 5 trade boosts. And the reason Supercoach naturally did that is because we all love trading. It makes us log into their program, and then their ads of advertisements are getting viewed more. So, they definitely, and they want people to stay more interested as the season goes on. So definitely what's going to do that is more trades. I know all older school people and traditional super coaches, it's like talking to people about cricket. Now, I love test matches. I'm a traditionalist with that. But there's a place, 2020s in one day. There's a part of me that kind of wish they ran kind of 2 different kind of super coach. I wouldn't care if it was kind of a paid one as well. Like you pay $5 a go in a super coach and it's a 20 trade second team setup where the pool of money or whatever goes to another prize or whatever.
I really like the idea of at least, first of all, having a second team, 1 for leagues, 1 for standard, at least.
That's right. Yep.
And potentially 1 that you can just throw away and just play completely different. Because it's only going to increase engagement on the website, which is obviously what they want, which leads to more advertising dollars, etc. So I think that's the first part of that. Second part of that, I would love the opportunity to have a paid system with a higher price point or something like that, or by paying, you reduce the amount of people, but you end up with hardcore followers.
Well, that's like as somebody who's got Supercoach Gold, I think that should be part of it. It's like we get entered into part of it, we get 1 extra team entered, or we get the ability there to have the 2 teams, the 1 league, 1. Or well, maybe it's like
that's actually a really good idea. That's a good selling point. You can actually run 2 teams.
You should say that to Al. I might chat to him about it.
But maybe not 2 entries, because I think that the 2 entries breaks the T's and C's. So you still only can have one entry that's a top team.
Yeah. Which
like
is connected to all
a ranked
and the
team.
other one and the other one's connected to all your leagues.
Yes.
10 leagues, whatever,
I'd love
stuff like that.
Absolutely, mate. Like they should do that. And I think that they've got the ability to be able to do that pretty easily. So something that wouldn't change much in the code, but would change a lot of how people even interact about Supercoach, because I'm so focused on overall that my league play, like I don't even bother. Like I don't even.
So that's what, and it's funny because I said that last night to the Doctor boys, Doctor Supercoach lads. We were having just a chat about, and they're like, if I don't look like a chance of finishing high, and you're playing cash leagues, and some of us play cash leagues for some decent coin, and really, if you're not winning the 50k, does it really matter if you're, finishing 200th first 10,000 really in the end of the day? I'm going to make moves to try to win my cash leagues.
Yeah.
And the only year I didn't kind of do that, I think I was sitting 50th or 30th or something really high about 4 weeks ago. And then I went pod. It didn't come because if I just traded in any normal person, I stayed with the
Yeah.
pack. At best,
yeah.
I might have crept up to 20th or something. So I'm like, let's go pod. I think that year I might have 190th, 200th, whatever my best finish was. But if it paid off the other way, I'd probably win Supercoach. So if I'm not in that position, it's and it gets really hard because I've been losing a lot of my leagues. I get to prelims and semis and I always go straight sets stuff because I've been playing for my rank. Because we do this, you get more credibility when I can sit there and say, I've had 3 top 500 finishes in the last 5 years, plus another top 1,000 and just outside. My I guess my record stacks up. But it does affect my leagues when I'm coming, especially when it's hard when I'm in all these cash leagues.
The last 2 years, I've ran out of trades and had zeros on field for the last 3 weeks, which is you just can't do that. Like I wouldn't do that in another format.
You could change the formats there. So like maybe your league ones, 40 trades and all these boosts and whatever, no problems, and that where maybe those who are playing for the overall, it's a bit more of a traditionalist one, or there's less trades involved, so the real hardcore fans have to have a bit more strategy. Because you think about that, the guys tuning in today, most of you guys will be playing probably for overall.
Keep going, mate.
I'm sure you're in leagues where a lot of the general fans, they jump in because they want to play against their mates and stuff. So that's definitely one idea. The other idea I've thrown up is having a wing position, maybe. So instead of your M8 and your M11, it becomes a wing and a wing bench. And that just brings you, we talk about your Josh Dacos, for example, before, and some of these guys that never get looked at. It just brings a bit more strategy around it. So there are a couple of my suggestions. Feel free to add your suggestions in that, and next time I chat to the boys and involved in Supercoach, I might have to share the best ones with them.
I like it. Now moving on, we've got more questions. I'm going to try and fire through these ones as quickly as possible. Stray Mate says Sheasel and Rat plus 75k or Fife and 123k rookie.
Oh, see, this is the great question.
I actually think if Rat's on your bench, then I'd prefer the Fife and the rookie. But if the 123k rookie's on your field, I'm not interested in that.
No.
At all.
Yeah, that's right. If it's even that 123k, let's just say it's Sturt. Maybe it's Davey, whatever. Let's just say it's Sturt because he is
Green
a 123.
or whatever it is.
So if Sturt's, if on field, I hate it. But even if it's on bench, I don't like it that much anyway. But I'd be willing to do it because it's just like, okay, it's still in the end, it's a bench player, whatever. But somebody like that, still like, what's his cash gen? And that I feel like there's 2 guys I can at least get cash gen from, and that. So I'm not a huge fan of it. And that, like for me, it's about Sheasel up to 5, but still keeping, either be McLean or Philpott or something like that. I don't want to affect that too much. But
Matt Hodges says Oliver and Flanders or Steele and Zeeble.
Steele and Zeeble.
Yep, same with me. All right. So Rodney O'Brien said, why no love for Lockie Hunter? 392,000 up, capable of averaging 100 plus. I don't think he gets inside minutes, which is the problem. So when he went big and averaged 100 plus in that season, I think he went, did he average 115 or something stupid? Like, it was pretty high. He was playing a lot of inside minutes because he was part of that classic Magneto midfield rotation and getting quite a lot of CBAs. I don't think he gets anywhere near that sort of level. Now, he will play some inside minutes, but I think that they want him to be that outside ball user, not necessarily the inside ball winner that he can be. I think that he's more reliant as an outside guy. He's also got a super awkward price. Like, unless he literally is going to be a keeper, why else pick him? Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. What are your thoughts, Swizz, on 392,000 Lockie Hunter?
I like him for draft. Big fan for him for draft. He's the one there. Now, there's the one where I was just talking about if there was a wing position in Supercoach. Because that's one guy. I'd be like,
and
we're
Ben
going to 3.
literally commented later saying wing positions don't really average 100 plus.
Yeah.
Which is true.
So that's true. But imagine if there was that one wing position and one bench position there in Supercoach right now, and that Lockie Hunter, great. But as the problem, the way it's set up, we can't pick him.
Now, just follow up from the Defender pod, which you guys roasted me on. Daniel Batto's come out for my defense. He said, watch out for Houston, who's set to spend the year in defense. Average 106.5 as a pure defender. Last season, he's ready to go bang. And I literally echoed those thoughts in the podcast. And you guys tore me a new one for no reason other than just you didn't consider him at all. Just so you know.
He's on my burnt list.
Fair enough. Okay, moving on. Nelson Moody, Constable or Chesser, D6. D6 for round one. So who's on field?
Chesser.
Yeah, I was going to go Constable, but now with Yo not there...
Swapped. Yep, it's swapped for me. I swapped it today. The moment that was actually the first thing outside tweeting about the fact that Yo was gone. Then I went into my team and I swapped it around.
I'd love to be able to loop him. You can't. I don't know if there's many.
I'm not having D8 as that sort of guy. And even if it was an M, like the only one potentially would be Sincotta, but unfortunately he's playing the first game.
There's no midfield loops. This is what I mean. There's no available loops that you would run conceivably that are going to be able to get you the ability to do that. West Coast playing Carlton North. Chesser.
If Carlton were playing the last game of the weekend or whatever, that Sincotta would become that loophole guy for all of us, because then he's the back out to Cowan. So once Cowan gets dropped, Sincotta probably comes in, easy done, and then Sincotta becomes a loophole for your backline and defense when you know he's going to play at some point throughout the year. Unfortunately,
Constable, man, dude? They're playing Sydney.
Yeah.
Fuck, man. They're going to get hammered. The ball's going to be down the defence the entire game.
Yeah.
And how many kickouts is he going to take?
Well, that's the thing too.
That's a coin flip, man. I actually, now thinking about that, I don't know. I don't know who I'm going to do.
I guess it'll depend again what Gold Coast lineup. Once I see that might make a change. If Will Powell's named, then it's definitely
I don't think he is.
I don't think he is either. But hypothetically, But once the news came out, I was all over Chelsea. But they could easily swap back. And the other thing I was trying to work out if I could do, but I don't think I can do it. But I was nearly thinking, can I loop Chesser into the midfield? But
can you? Oh, I have him in midfield. Can you loop him?
Yeah, well, I've got him there as well now.
I don't know.
That's where I was. And he plays early. No, he doesn't. He plays late. No, it's not. It's Saturday night. No,
interestingly, would it be like Chesser or Will Phillips? That's another interesting one.
I could do that one as well.
Yeah,
no,
right.
You could play the same game. But who could I play?
No. But if you were to select one,
I'm taking
he's in your midfield.
Yep. Phillips, because I know he's getting midfield.
Yep. So Nelson Moody also asked Mackenzie or Phillips for M8, round one. So Hawks are playing Essendon.
Yeah.
They leak points through midfield, but
they do. But Phillips is playing a West Coast team now without Yo, which is taking more less
so
points
Phillips,
again.
Probably Phillips.
Yeah,
this is what I mean about Phillips as bench options.
That's why I brought him on field now. Literally after I did the pod.
His first 3 rounds are a dream run for a guy playing midfield for North. He should go 75 plus all 3 games. I look to have him on field every single game, and I look to have both of them really on field, to be fair.
Once I got sort of that potential information about Callahan, it was, okay, Phillips, he can come on field now.
Joe from Centerbound said, I'd rather have my grandma over Warple.
Shout out to your grandma.
Oh, I love it. Okay. And he also said Flanders is Rankin light.
Yeah. He's Kmart Rankin.
Nice. Okay, keep going. Centre Bounce did say that 70 average still gets Flanders to 400k.
No, it doesn't. I put this in. I went into the 2 serious and worked it out before, and that it only gets him into like mid to low 300. No, it was mid 300s.
So
it's
the thing,
100. So it's 100K.
yeah. So he's
you make.
probably working that out on based on the current magic number, which does
Yeah,
change. So
the new magic number,
over
and that
time,
yeah.
the value actually decreases. So
Mm.
how quickly you can get to that score also impacts that too. Like if you're
Yeah.
averaging 80, then you can get to 400. But then if you were to, maintain that average, you might not go up. It actually might go back down if you
Yeah,
maintain
that's it. So he
because the magic
flatlines
number
pretty
changes.
quickly. So
Yeah.
he gets to 100K and then just flatlines.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I saw that in the questions, and I thought I'd better go research that for when you asked it. So yes, it's 100K he makes if he goes 70.
Good question we got here from Joshua. I'm going to try to pronounce your surname. Looks like
Yeah,
you're
this
Greek.
is a good question. Yeah.
Kyriazopoulos. Zapoulis? Sorry. Philippou in 49% of teams, but no one is talking about him. My thoughts. My thoughts are hate the role. Playing far too deep forward. They need deep forwards because they don't have any. We saw Mitch Owens playing literally the lead up full forward target. I hate the role. I think if they had Max King and a full complement of forwards in there, or at least a forward in there, then all of a sudden Philippou makes a lot more sense because he plays his best and scores his best as a high half forward that gets inside mid time. He's not going to get any inside mid at all. Like I can't see that, or even a pinch hitting or anything. I don't think that is a role that he's going to be able to get. So then, okay, is he that high half forward floating like a Flanders role? What's his best output there? If that happens, and that's not happening either. So role's terrible. I see Philippou as a guy that's got great job security, but I personally, the best he averages is about 60. So is he a great option? No. Is he a good option? Yes. If you're running guns and rooks, I think that you could do a lot worse. He's not a terrible option, but I'm not running any forward rookies. So to me, that's why I haven't talked about him. You are running basically only Sheasel, Swizz?
No, well, at the moment, I've actually got McLean / Philippou. Actually, the changes I've made. So it was going to be like Sheasel and Philippou, but as I said, I took Callahan out before and was playing a bit around with my team. So at the moment, I definitely do have the F5, F6, but that will change tomorrow, and I will, as I said, Friday morning will be my final team reveal. That's pretty close to what I've got anyway. It's just about the cash, taking off Callahan, bringing on Phillips, and then what I do with my Callahan money. That's literally the change that I'm going to have to decide on. But yeah, I did go down to Sheasel / either McLean or Philippou at F6 just because I put Yo up to Sicily.
Nice. Yep. Jed O'Brien says, I feel like McCluggage is going to go bang this year and be a 125 averaging player. Not with 48% CBAs, he's not. He would need to completely change what he's done because he did 50% CBAs last year for the average and output that he already got. Doesn't seem to be a role change there. In fact, there's another midfielder that's come in to take up a bunch of, basically be the number one CBA guy. So the only reason that he would improve his average is natural progression. I can't see that at all.
He's not going that, but I think he's got... I'm just trying to find out, actually, what was his average last year.
I think he went again that same 105, didn't he? Or something like that?
Yeah, something like... Because I own him in keeper ever since you traded me for him with Jake Lloyd a couple of years ago, so that'd be awesome if he did. Yeah, I think there's a slight meat on the bone, but nowhere near that. Yeah, definitely. It's like... It wouldn't actually surprise me if Neil went 5 points down and McCluggage picked up a little bit of that. McCluggage will never get tagged.
Yeah, potentially. Yeah, and that's also true.
Yeah.
So Joshua also said thoughts on Titch, which I have obviously previously gone, but I mean, I thought he was going to be getting like 70 to 80% CBAs, and it looks like he's going to be getting about 60% CBAs. Then the comments came out from Pendles, he's not going to be averaging 35 touches, blah blah, and I was like, why? I don't get it. So I had a look at his previous history, and I mean, last year he had 56% CBAs, so it's not like he didn't have midfield time, but he did play a majority of time forward as well. So he's going to have a 5, maybe 10% uptick. That's not enough to interest me at his price. If I'm picking him at 520k, I'm picking him to be a 110 plus player, not a 105 averaging player, which is where I think he's probably at. So yeah, for me it's a no go, but it could be in other people's structures and it could be a fine pick. I just don't want to take that risk. Any thoughts on Titch, mate?
No, he's completely off my list because that was the only hope we thought. Does he come in and play the role that we know he plays, or does he come and play Collingwood's system? And he's playing Collingwood's system.
That's it. Absolutely do. Centre Bouncer said that they just dropped their team review video, so jump on that.
Did. Check it out.
Excellent.
Good boys. And check out mine. Check out Chris's. Check out Ben's.
Absolutely.
Share the love.
And they do have a live stream going at 5:30 p.m. tomorrow, so they'll be rolling through the announcements, and I assume right up until the first bounce of the game. So feel free to jump on with the Centre Bounce tomorrow.
I wonder if they can cross with my phone at the pub. London Tavern will be absolutely going nuts.
Yeah, good luck with that. Yeah, notification. Mute. Yeah, need to watch the football and enjoy it. Galaxy Wolf said TDK averages 113 as a solo ruck. Is he worth a punt? Is that true? Is that a true stat? I think is he making that up? That can't be real.
It could be. Yeah, it could be the case where he's played one game, average 113, and that. So, like, that actually could be true. But then it'd be like a one-game sample. I love it. That's great.
Fair enough.
That's brilliant. That's perfect for 118
so
in the morning.
In response to our Green chat earlier, Grimo said that he's thinking about 110 for Green. So yeah, then you'd be looking at an 8-point swing or 8 to 10 point swing.
I had a look. So Green's first 7 last year, he averaged 121.
Yeah.
And then naturally, so then all the midfielders came back. And then he started running out of puff and whatever.
Well,
and that.
What do we say? Games he averaged at over like 60% CBAs, he averaged 112.
Yeah.
So it's more about, does his role hold for the whole year because of his tank?
But that's he showed. That's it. But like last year, naturally, and then again, natural development, he's going to get a bit more of, he's the number one midfielder in there. And he proved even like as a developing player last year, he went 121 over 7 weeks to start the season.
Yep.
No, that's where I was like, I don't think it's the 115. I don't think it's a stretch, and I think there's no if he can stay on the park fit, and especially if Kelly or Cornelio get one of their annoying injuries that they do, and he becomes the brute in there for a few weeks, like I could see a 4 or 5 week period where he could just absolutely go bananas and just lift that average, and then it probably starts to even out as the people who aren't on him to start off with. I think are going to get severely hurt because I can see him just coming out of the blocks, dominating, and then people are going to be like, oh, I need to get Tom Green in. He's averaging like 125, 130, whatever it is. And then he starts to plateau back down to that 115.
Yeah, makes sense. Which happens naturally. That's the same with like Lockie Neal, generally speaking, goes on a heater early, and then he averages 120 for the year, but he was averaging 140 for 6 weeks. So AEZ said, is 2 primo mids a problem if the rest of the team is structurally really strong? I don't think any structure is, as long as it's structurally sound, I don't think any mid setup or defense setup is bad, as long as, and I suppose this is the crucial component to it, you have a plan to get those guys in as soon as possible. Take the value from what's there, maximize points where you can, trade aggressively early, get out of the mid prices that aren't working and get into the ones that are, or trade out 2 mid prices to get in a premium mid that's going off the chain. But it's rough scenes because you got to be sitting there watching Laird every week going nuts, or Tom Green go 130, or Josh Kelly go crazy. I mean, I'm even not excited about a 3 premium mid setup. So
the only interesting one with something like that, because I think it has to be, if you're doing that, it's going to be either like Laird, Oliver, Laird, Neal, something like that, just because you need the VC captain option, maybe Bond.
But you've got Dunkley
because I've seen that. But because that's kind of what I've got, and I'm counting Tom Green as my third in that. So it's kind of like technically the traditional 2 Ubers. But then I guess the flip side to that is okay, let's just take 3 midfielders in that point. So you go Laird, Oliver, and then you've got, let's just say, a rookie and the rookie costs you, let's just say it's McKenzie. And let's use Finn Callahan. So you've got 3 guys there that are costing you 1.6.5 million. And that, where then some other teams I've seen running, they might have, say, Steel, Crips, and then LDU. So all of a sudden, that combination, I think, is 1.75. It's like literally $100,000 difference and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
outside the captaincy option in that, you're potentially looking like that rookie, that 244 guy. Other people are running against you an absolute gun premium. Yeah, and the only thing you're banking on is you need Leeds captain scores in that. So that's why it has to be probably the top two for the captaincy. If you're thinking, okay, I'm doing, say, Neil Took, with his, well, probably Took's a hard one because he's a little bit injured, but you can't captain Took at the moment as your two premiums there. That's where I think you'd get in trouble against people trying that other cheaper, midfield, premium strategy.
Yep. Makes sense. Archie Perkins from the Bombers, any chance? Herder will be getting more CBAs, and yeah, he did. He actually got close to 50% in the game last week and scored pretty well from memory. What they actually did was basically Perkins played second half and Will Setterfield played the first half inside mid, and then they both went either wing or forward, depending on what happened
Perkins
in the game.
Is second rotation, I think.
Yeah, and
that's
so
what I'm talking about. So
I think
clubs will start off with most of the time. Now it all depends when a goal is kicked and how whether the interchange, but or where the ball is held close to the sort of 6 minute mark. But usually it's a 6 minutes. The first group goes, and then they either go off for a rest, or if you've got somebody else who can go and just plod in the forward pocket and stuff like that. But you usually will see three of the mids run on. Maybe like a defender comes on, somebody moves up or whatever and stuff like that, and then group B. So for Essendon, we're talking about, I expect it to probably be Merritt to start off just because he's captain, and usually that's where you start your captain first bounce. So it's probably be Merritt. I feel like it'll be Shield, but it could be Parrish. But I feel like they'll go Merritt, maybe Shield, or unless they start Shield on the outside and that, but just so they can balance Parrish in. But say it's Merritt, Shield, Setterfield, and then Parrish comes in after that. So they've still got one of their guns still in that midfield mix, and then maybe it's Perkins and it's one of their other.
I think
guys.
I think
Usually
that they
Caldwell.
rotate Perkins and Setterfield a lot. I don't think you'll see a lot of midfield setups with Perkins and Setterfield, and the reason is Perkins is actually the other tall mid that they do have. He's at 187, 188, so he's actually that sort of Jordan De Goey height.
So I actually think I agree because I have the height. If Caldwell was fit, which he could be, he's technically playing that role, comes in and does that with him.
Yep.
But I think it's Shield and Setterfield that swap. So Shield moves to the M.
That's true as well. Yep.
And Setterfield goes out to the wing, and then they alternate.
From the weekend, he had 17 touches from his time, and I can't remember how much TOG he had, which is something I'd have to look up. But he had 14 kicks and 3 handballs, 7 marks, 1 free 4, and unfortunately, he only had 53 Supercoach, and he also kicked 2 behinds. So he had 80 DT to 53 Supercoach, so he must have used the ball really poorly. But that means the role's there, he can get the peel, knows how to score. It's just like, yeah. Now, at 315K, not one that I would take a gamble on. However, it's one you monitor. It's one that you go, okay, well, again, if I've got Fife and he's a dud and Perkins is going to the moon, then maybe I look at that. So, not too bad there. We're almost to the end, actually, guys.
I was just going to follow up on that one, but I know you wanted to talk about that, but I was just trying to see if I could filter and get him in. I was actually just going to look up his price in AFL Fantasy because I think he could be a potential one, depending on his price, to chuck in on that. And I say that also for AFL Fantasy because it's not like you go complete mid-price madness, but you do get the 2 trades each week in that. So there is a little bit more ability to take risk in that game. And somebody like Perkins could be perfect, just depending. I don't have his price in front of me, but could be potential a good one in that one.
So Michael Wright said Samson Ryan has not been named. So I haven't seen teams, guys. So I do apologise.
Yeah, so he's on the emergency.
So is Rat viable at R2 still, or is it time to get a proper premium in? And I think it's time to get a proper premium in. The huge risk with something like this is you have to do a complete team restructure if Rat fails early, or if he gets injured or anything like that, you are absolutely screwed with nowhere to go because there's no one to sideways him to, there's no one to go down to, there's no one to go up to. you have to do 2 trades, and that is a disaster outcome. So I think, yes, unfortunately, it's a restructure before the season starts. You do need to have that backup. It's just not worth the risk, unfortunately. Hayden Mason said, thoughts on Cunnington to go huge for the first 5 rounds? Yep. Have you seen North's fixtures? That's why I've got him in. He's just going to have a field day. And he's not even, like, he gets no attention anymore. Like, they're not going to send anyone to him. Like, LDU's in there. He's going to take the number 1 defending or the tag or anything like that. It's going to go straight to LDU. He's just going to be whatever he wants. And then when he goes forward, who's this Cunnington guy? This guy with shoulders I can't spoil around because they're too big. Like, yeah.
Damn you, Elliot, yo. Damn you.
Could Bytel be an option? Interesting. Depends if Windhager's named, but I think that his job security is linked to Windhager or his role as well, and I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I love Bytel's VFL numbers. So I'm surprised he still hasn't had a really good shake at AFL level yet, but one I think we have to wait on. We're gonna have to wait, and I'm actually hoping that he's not named because he's one that I'd like to see 2 games of before I was to pick him. So yeah, just one to wait and see, I guess. Almost to the end. Luke Ferrari wants us to rank our these mid prices. So Hopper, Setters, Wangani Malera, Warple, and Sheed, which I've actually done before. Do you want to have a go at yours? So these are all the midfield mid prices.
So it was Setterfield, Hopper, Sheed, and Warple.
Sheed, Warple, and Wangani Malera.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Probably throw Ash in there too, I guess.
Yeah, do that. So I got Wangaleen, Malira, Ash, just because of the price difference slightly, and yeah, they'll get the dual position Sheed and then Warple.
Yep. And so obviously Setters is above those guys, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Setters, Hopper, then, yep, I actually agree completely with what you said there. Is Ben going to drop his final team? Yes, of course he will at some point. Can you field both Constable and Chester? Yes, there's a world where that's possible at this stage. We did have a bit of a chat about that. We are still going, and we are almost done. Daniel Batto said, worth noting that Ashcroft only started scoring well in the second half of the preseason game. Didn't get a favourable role in the first half. Yeah, look, he'll still average 70 to 80, I think, with ease, with a lot of upside. I think he's one you have to start regardless because everyone's got him. So, yes, he doesn't have the most amazing role of, say, like a Walsh in Season 1 or a Rowell in Season 1, but he's still going to have a really good role and definitely worth it for Supercoach. And that is it.
Oh,
We're finally done.
Amazing.
Look, thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone. Almost 4-hour pod. I think that might be a record. I'm not sure if anyone's ever done a 4-hour Supercoach pod. I'm sorry if we didn't get to anyone. Obviously, towards the end, especially, we've covered so much content. A lot of it we've gone over. So if you didn't get your question specifically answered, they would have been answered at some stage. So feel free to scroll through.
Unless your question is really random, like I guess what Daz just asked me before. He asked me about Liam Baker, so that was a
Did you
really
delete the comment,
random
did you?
kind of question. I did actually. No, he was talking about that as a pod option to go up from Yo to Baker.
Yeah, okay.
And that
makes sense.
Which I gave another suggestion for his team, which he kind of ignored, which is fine. And that, which I didn't mind. I said to him, I'm like, the problem with Liam Baker is a Mr. Fixer at Richmond.
Yep.
If we got one serious injury, like let's just say Prestia, we knew it was out for a while, and then that means Short goes in, and I think then Baker probably then gets a more permanent role, but he is sort of our Mr. Fix-It guy. So it's hard. Like he'll score pretty well, but there are weeks where he's going to score poorly just because of the role that he might have to play.
Makes sense. Yeah, I suppose at the end of the day with anyone from Richmond, that it's especially that you don't know the role, you can't really lock anything in with certainty.
A lot of our players are capped. The only one that's not capped is Tom Lynch, just because there's games where, but then he can just go absolutely crazy. But, he's not going to stay on the park 22 weeks and, bang through 6 and take contested marks and stuff like that. He'll do it for, like, periods and that. And it was like last year. Those sort of key forwards are perfect the hard thing is because you don't want to trade someone in for a 4-week period and trade them out. They're the sort of guys that we start talking about as your F7 as we come down to that.
Yeah.
It's 5-6 rounds to go, and you start looking, and that's where Hawkins has always been big for me, because if Geelong have a lot of games at home on a run, we just know how he's dominated and that. So that's when those guys, come into a bit of vogue.
Absolutely agree. Look, guys, thank you so much for sticking with us. Thank you to the guys that donated, of course. Always good to be appreciated in the community, and good luck for your round 1 teams. Hopefully we helped you. If you did, don't forget to like, subscribe to our YouTube, follow the podcast, follow us on Twitter, at SC Insider 100 on pretty much all major platforms. And we'll see you next time, guys. Cheers.
Cheers. Bye.